What's going on, people? We are live and on Clubhouse.
Trying to justify that just because they are some of our people are kind of trying to own it and not make it like let them break them or affect them. So they're kind of using it in that way. And technically, like we all know, like it's being used to like degrade them. And it's really wrong, and I think we should all stop doing that. Like, not just only for Amaras, but like for everyone. We should use their words and degrade people.
Okay. Dooney, would you like to go?
Go ahead.
Oh, Princess?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
I did want you to speak, but Benny, you had said that Menelik did nothing to the Oromos, etc. Menelik actually reduced the population to half through genocide, through oppression to the Oromo people, like cutting their arms off of the Oromo men, cutting the breast of Oromo women so they can't breastfeed, etc. And also, you're making it seem like, I'm sorry, but where's the evidence for that? I don't know.
Let her finish.
Yes, please.
Let her finish.
And another thing, Ben, you had said that Amharic was not enforced upon other ethnicities and other nations that live within Ethiopia, and that's not true. Amharic is and was enforced upon. It was actually banned. Oromo was banned in the 90s. So it's kind of crazy that you're saying this like it was like this thing never happened, like everyone willingly wanted to speak Amharic, when really that was not the reality. It was enforced upon, and it is
school and work.
enforced upon.
It was only for school and work.
No, brother G Wade, sister Ornell, sister Monica, when Africans on this stage, I'm gonna hold you accountable as a Nigerian man, as an African brother. When somebody speaks about the Biafran wars, they need to quote history books. When somebody speaks about the British intervention between the Hausa imams and the Yoruba kings, somebody needs to bring history. We can't have this kitchen and dining room talk. When you can go look it up in the book of the world history written by Chris Herman. I say World History Volume 1, Volume 2 by Chris Herman. You will see that Menelik aligned with the Jima king. The Jima king was the one cutting down arms of Oromos that did not align with the Jima king. You can go look it up. You can go look up the Kafa kingdom. The Kafa kingdom was wiped out by the Jima king, Abba Jifat. Abba Jifat is held as a superman, as a superhero in Oromia. But he is the one who cut down arms. He's the one who cut down breast on the order of Menelik, so he can keep his Jima kingdom. So if we're going to hold on. If we're going to speak about history,
Sorry, I totally understand what you're saying, and as a historian, as a historian,
the same energy for Menelik. I'm a Tigrinya man. Look at my bio. I'm saying fuck TPLF my own. As a Tigrinya man, I suffer under my Tigrinya people more than I did in anybody's time.
What's your point? Like, you literally said by Menelik.
I said it.
Who was it by? Menelik. Come on, common sense, man.
And I actually,
Listen. You know, Abba Jifar, he also burned a bunch of churches. That's one thing a lot of people don't talk about. He burned a lot of churches, but Ottoman people, for some reason, they want to only keep saying Menelik. When we remember how I was told on history about Menelik is he is the one who defeated Italia and united Ethiopia. So I feel like you guys had reading books that's written by white people to divide us.
And that's what I want to say. Like, I want to say that as a historian. Sorry, guys. 1 second. 1 second. Let me just reset the room. One mic. Let me just reset the room.
I'm gonna volunteer to make sure everybody gets heard. So if you have a point to make, please make your
blink your mic.
Yeah, so that you want to talk, and then I'm going to put your name down and make sure everybody speaks. Like, everybody's going back and forth, and I feel like, as somebody just said before, we don't want to have kitchen table talk. We just want to be able to, learn from this. So the people that I have on my list right now, Princess has not talked yet. So it's Princess, after it's Duni, after it's Dagi, and then Mohammed. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name. Just let me know.
And then one more thing before we start again. I just want to say this, right? I totally understand what you're saying, Mag. Magfuli, I totally understand what you're saying, but as a historian, I have to say this: like, people have different perspectives in history and different sources in history. So, like, even though like you might have your source, I'm not gonna necessarily discredit other sources, but I respect your source and I respect everybody else's source. That's what I'm going to say, because this conversation is actually a very productive one. And I don't want anybody to feel like their perspective or point of view is invalid. So like if we put all our points of view out there, and then after that, we can now start talking about, I don't know, we could start talking moving forward. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm going to say with regards to that. But like, I really appreciate you being here and giving your perspective. And this is very interesting, this conversation we're having, and we can continue from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Princess, the floor is yours.
I have made my point. It was just regarding Menelik and what Benny had said. So for the next person, they can have the floor.
Duni, it's your turn.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that with Chairnet, basically he has like no merit in Menelik when he has TPLF on his bio. And I'm Gurage, so that's an ethnic minority in Ethiopia. And Gurages have suffered a lot through TPLF. And there's over 35,000 Gurages that are displaced because of the ethnic politics that TPLF instilled in the country. So for him to dismiss, and I've seen him in other rooms, dismiss everyone's perspective of how they've been oppressed, their respective groups, but then continue to defend TPLF and talk about how they've developed Ethiopia, even though Tigray region is really the only region that has developed or seen any type of progression, whereas other regions, particularly, the southern region or Amara region and all the other regions have no representation. So I just don't like how we're always picking and choosing leaders to glorify, and then basically whatever group we're associated with is a group that will bring peace or whatever. So I just want to keep in mind that we keep saying Menelik this, Menelik that, but then there are other leaders that we just completely dismiss. And I feel like we should just get away from that whole Menelik did that or Menelik did this, because there's a lot of other groups that have different perspectives on each leader. So
thank you. Dagi, the third.
Okay, thank you. In response to the term partner thing, I think Benny covered it most. It's in my PTR. And I mean, I know that's from Wikipedia, but you can pretty much search the term and the same thing will come up. If you PTR again, maybe give it a second to load. That's the term there. So just bear that in mind when taking on board what he's saying. I mean, I'll keep it very short, but the narrative, the conversation that we're having right now, to be honest, is disgusting. We're using things that happened over 100 years ago to justify the killings which are happening today, the killings of innocent Amaras.
I agree with him. I agree with him.
Amaras are being killed. Hundreds of Amaras are being killed every week.
Them they draw history from 100 years ago. Now, what thing they used to justify people getting killed today? Now, what in this boy even they talk? It's crazy to me.
Menelik died in 1913, 1 year before World War I. Just really understand how long ago that was. How can you use that to justify killing people, innocent people? 72 kids on Wednesday. 72 kids.
72.
You had 12 people in guns, and you see pictures of little kids with their brains on the floor next to them. How can you use that to justify this? it's insane, and the place this is going isn't good, and I think we all need to really look at ourselves and think and sort of self-reflect. But
I picked it
keep
because
it short so the next person can go.
Yeah, can
Like,
I just add one point
it's
to that?
the easiest way, I guess I'll say,
I'm sorry. There's
I'm in line.
to get, like, I went to like the Ethiopia
Yeah,
club
Mohammed,
and
just
joined it, and
thank you.
look, the page don't big, oh. Like plenty people don't join.
You're
Oh,
right after her story.
like look at it, plenty people don't
There's just two people
see they're
there.
joining.
So, Mohammed, can you
This
please,
clubhouse thing is
Yeah. Thanks.
is crazy.
Thanks for having me. So.
But I'm gonna push all of them
first
to
off, I'm
YouTube.
Ethiopian, and
That's what I'm trying to do.
one thing that I will have to say
We need to talk the
history
Nigeria one.
is
I
that
need
depending
to.
on who you ask, you will get a different history.
Now
Not
we're
to
gonna
say
figure
that
it out.
they are
I'm gonna find a way.
all, wrong. It's just what's pretty astounding is that each group
Because
will
I need
try
you in there.
to,
What?
you know,
I can add you in.
and gaslight
Mahogany, I can add you in.
whatever narratives of history.
Let me get you in.
So, on the issue
What's your
of
username?
the targeting of Amharas in the Oromo region,
For
no one
for Clubhouse,
denies that. No one denies that Amharas were killed, though it must be said
so that I
that
can
this
add
is
you.
what the killings that are currently happening are happening in the Wallaga region, one of the regions of the Oromo Kilet. But the question
And we get
I want
we get
each and
up
every one of you,
another app called.
every single Ethiopian, whether it is someone who
I got the
has
app right here, sir.
PTR with Amhara genocide, or if it is someone who feels
Discord.
like their group is targeted.
Will it be say
Can you
this clubhouse
can you
gets so
look back
many
into
people
yourself
already with days side?
and see when not
I'm
when
trying to
you
now. I'm trying to
have
crack my brain
also
how we can
advocated for
how
the
I can
suffering of
move.
others.
I can get
Because I
them
think
and
that's
move them over.
completely missing from Ethiopian circles, and I've seen it in Oromos, I've seen it in Amharas, I've seen it in pretty much every single group. I could bet that not a lot of you know where the Oromos are coming from. And I can also bet the Oromos might not really understand why certain Amharas are feeling the way they are. Regardless of whether it is valid or not, there needs to be an openness to hearing each other out and hearing each other's suffering and how it has shaped their experiences from the past of the history. I don't think it's valid to say, oh, this happened 100 years, because slavery has happened 300 years ago, yet we still see the effects of slavery today. I do not believe that you can find an Oromo speaker who can speak Oromo freely in Addis. That is just a fact. Now, you could also make the same comment about maybe Amhara speakers in certain regions. That's fine, but let's not act like Ethiopia. No. Please don't interrupt. Let's not act like everything was
Let's
dandy.
be respectful, please. Let him say what he said.
Yeah, I did not interrupt you. Please not interrupt me. Let's not act like things were all dandy all throughout Ethiopia's history. The one thing that I also find very disappointing is that it's one thing to turn a blind eye to suffering, but then it's also another thing to completely invalidate certain experiences that are historic facts. So people talk about Menelik. Oh, Menelik fought off the Italians. Well, he did partake in that, but it was through alliances that he forged with Showan and Showan Oromos also, and other groups also. If you look at his biggest ally was actually an Oromo called
there's a lot more divided than you're hearing now. Like you gotta hear, it's crazy.
Was a half Oromo, half
I think say them bad past Nigeria.
Gurage. But not to say that makes it all right.
Them bad past Nigeria.
Southern kingdoms and what happened to the southern kingdoms after that, or what Haile Selassie did in the eastern parts of the country. But there at least needs to be some acknowledgement of what has happened.
Yo, I appreciate
Just
you.
as there needs to be acknowledgement of the fact that there are Amharas being killed in Wallaga region. That is a fact. No one denies it, and I don't think it is right for anyone to label it as anything but murder, as massacring. But the same thing goes for all of the people who are saying we need to focus on.
Now, at least I wrote a Fulani boy today. One of the popular Fulani boys. I tell him, say, I won't make we have this talk tomorrow. Say, I know say he no be Niger. I know say he no be Niger, but I want making, direct me to Niger. And I know say I told him that one of my friends already spoke to a Nigerian Fulani as well.
To heal the nation.
Sorry, I'm gonna stop talking.
Hold on 1 second with that thought. Precious and Princess cannot get into this room. Somebody has blocked them. It is un-African to do that. Please, if they have blocked Precious and Princess, they just invited me to a private room and told me that they blocked. They cannot get in.
They got blocked? Well, I didn't block. I don't know.
Somebody on this stage has blocked them. So if you have
It's me, bro.
Oh no. Nobody should, please, guys. Let's not do that.
yeah, nobody should be blocking anybody.
Please, let's not do
That is
that.
so disrespectful. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sorry, Muhammad.
Okay. So my point is that the first thing that needs to be the basis of dialogue is the acknowledgement of history, what it has brought to the different nations.
They're
of
blocking
the
each other.
starting from the formation of Ethiopia up until present day. That's one thing. The second thing is to acknowledge all the inhumanities and all the massacres that have happened all throughout history up until present date, and not to nitpick or selectively choose what fits your political or bias or opinion or position, right? Because I've seen a lot of it among Ethiopians, and it's really sad. And then you can talk about dialogue. But if we're all sort of being advocates only for the suffering that has occurred to our people, and then expecting other peoples to join you in the advocacy, in the fight against injustice, I'm sorry, that won't go anywhere.
Yeah, there's from the bottom to the top.
Can I say something? Because
I think it's time to bring Brother Haile Selassie, because he admitted his wrongdoing. I think it's not to silence. Precious and Princess are in here, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Princess is not here yet, but sorry, can you guys ping? Who asked?
Where, let me ping Princess.
I did. Oh, you're already. Sam, you're already on the list. Who just spoke? Sorry. Who was that? Sorry, the girl that just spoke. Not you, Sam.
So that was Precious. That was Precious that just spoke. That was Precious that just spoke.
Oh, that was just me. I was saying like Princess couldn't get in because the white blocked her.
Yeah, I'm trying to find Princess.
Oh, okay. I'm putting everybody. I'm putting everybody on the list, and guys, everybody's gonna have a time to just express the points of view. But right now, it's Mafade. I don't know if I'm saying your name. Anybody that I'm butchering their name, I'm really sorry. So I don't speak any Ethiopian language.
Sorry, where's Princess?
She can't get in because Dagmar is still on the stage.
No, please, can you unblock her? Please, can you unblock her?
Sorry, Dagmar, can you just unblock her for just this minute?
Please, nobody should be.
Please,
nobody should be blocking anybody.
we should give each other the right to
Nobody should be
speak.
blocking anybody.
Come on, that's the least we could do for each other. Like, listen to each other.
This
This is
has been a great room. Thank you guys for moderating. I mean, this has just been doing a really great job. I just want to point out
how you
that
can ping her if any of the moderator, because I can't ping her because I'm not a moderator.
you could pick. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's how it works. All right. 1 second.
Because I don't do that. Because I'm not following her. Jay, follow her, maybe you can ping her.
Yeah, I thought I was, but I'm not. So okay, ping her now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mafade, it's your turn.
Okay, well, actually, I just have a question. Do you agree with what Mohammed said, Dagi said? That they made really great points. But I think like for us to kind of like learn from, and I know you said you're from Rwanda, it would be great for you kind of to like tell us what like Rwanda's doing really well right now, and there's they're doing amazing. What kind of advice would you give for people like us who kind of like struggling with like identity issues and like the past and all this and the conflicts? Like what how did you guys come out of it? And then like what is one thing that like kind of you guys did like to help the country move forward?
Oh, I'll speak on that. Let's just let who is it? Worst name go, and then I'll speak right after him.
Daggy wants to go too.
Okay. I don't think he's still here. Okay, I'm gonna quickly answer that question then, and then we can move on to the next person. I've heard a lot of and I try, because this is a very sensitive topic. I try to make sure that I don't offend anybody, especially because I'm not Ethiopian. But there's a lot of like tribal talk. So what I mean by that, a lot of people, from what I've heard so far, are like really sticking to whatever ethnic group they're with, and they're defending themselves and defending their people, which is okay. But history doesn't lie. That's the first thing. And secondly, you can love your people and also hold them accountable. So as I said, I am Tutsi, so I am of the ethnic group that was killed. Over 1 million people died within a space of 3 months in Rwanda in 1994. I was born a year after that. Over 2/3 of my family was killed during the genocide. So when I hear this type of talk, not only does it concern me, it worries me, because I can see just this ethnic conversations turning into something worse, and I would never wish it on my worst enemy. So I think the first thing is you have to be very careful with history and make sure that we tell the truth of what happened. So like make sure that we don't let anything leave anything out. So even within the Tutsi community, there are issues that were there. So when you look at our history, people would say that the Hutus felt like the Tutsis were the ones that were leading, because before all of the whole ethnic issues, that the Tutsis were the kings. So they would say they felt kind of oppressed, even though there was a lot of work with the. There was a lot of input from Belgians and French people, so they pretty much concocted the whole genocide.
Can I pause you 1 second? Precious, no, hold on. I got an issue. You removed Dagmawi Haile Selassie from this room. Why?
No,
that's not African. You guys removed him. He just...
Yo, what's going on?
This is very sad. I understand.
Okay, and I understand your frustration. I don't know.
No, it's not frustration. This is Monica Ornell. If you're gonna be a judge and a fair judge, you allow 2 Oromo sisters as a moderator. So they're removing and silencing people, and we cannot get any results with that.
Like, why do you have to mention my ethnicity?
Because you guys are silencing them, because you just
remove me.
Wait, what's this?
Hold on.
Please, guys, hang on.
Are you guys, please, can you guys not silence people?
Can you guys hang on? Whoever is blocking people or whatever you're doing, stop it. Stop doing that.
But now they have removed them.
Nobody should be doing that.
Thank you for having this room. I'm leaving as well. Thank you.
No. Hold on. No. Hold on. We're gonna take care of it right now. There's no need to leave, bro.
Listen to me, my guy.
There's no need to leave, bro. We're gonna take care of it right now. Listen. We're gonna take care of it right now.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my sister. Continue the work. Thank you.
Take Princess and Precious off the moderator. It's an easy solution.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to do that, because doing Can you guys remove? Can you guys like just to be fair? Can you guys remove yourselves from moderator?
That Maui was man enough. He was man enough. He was an African enough.
Thank you, Princess.
The one who blocked them. I respect
Thank you,
them
Princess.
for you, Princess and Princess, to lie and put the blame on Ornell, Monica, or Brother. That's very sad for you. You stand up, admit you're wrong. If you have removed them, admit it. The man can
wasn't me.
Come on.
Okay, now we need Haile Selassie to come back. So I hope nobody blocked him.
It's been resolved. It's only me, Jay, and Monica that are moderators. So whoever blocked him shouldn't have happened. Let's just not do that moving forward. Then.
Yeah, let's please respect each other. Let's respect each other. And everybody shouldn't be blocking anybody because that's wrong. We don't need to.
You want me to go live on TikTok?
Guys, if you're following,
I'm about to. I'm just charging my iPad right now. I'll soon go live on TikTok and we'll have this playing, and all three, everything will be playing.
Okay.
It was
Monica, do you want to do that?
I'll have my iPad playing this that's going on, so it'll be a lot louder. Man, yo, it is hot in here. It is hot. I can't lie to you.
I'm really curious.
Yeah.
Clubhouse, brother.
I have to kind of.
If you want to join, that's where we're gonna have the Somali talk too. Actually, now we could do that here on YouTube.
Brother Mohammed touched on a lot is we have to be truthful with the story, with the history, because what happened in Rwanda is literally the white people came in and took first privilege and put the Tutsis on a pedestal just so that they can then turn around and go and tell the Hutus like, well, look what they're getting and what you're not getting, even though the privileges were being given by the white people. So we have to make sure that we keep the history.
Do you have a Clubhouse, bro? Mali World?
So that people can come around and just like.
I think you should come and, even though you're not Ethiopian, you should still come talk.
Before
I'll be liking your opinion.
Colonization, Tutsis and Hutus lived together for over 100 years, and they were never massacres. There were never, those type of issues. But when colonization started, there was like hierarchies within the ethnic groups, and then turning around to those that are being that are not getting those privileges, and telling them the reason why you're not getting those privileges is because the Tutsis are oppressing you, even though the Tutsis weren't doing that. The same thing that happens in places like America, where they tell the white Americans that are poor that the reason why they're not getting, the riches or whatever it is that they should be getting is because of Black people. So it's the same thing. We have to be very careful with history. And then also another thing, like my dad was part of the Imotanese. He was part of the people who stopped the genocide. But I myself can tell you that there is a lot that is wrong with the political party that is in power right now. Right? Even though those are the people who stopped the genocide in my country, even though for a very long time, my dad was also part of the government. He was a soldier for a very long time. So, but I still love my people and still be able to hold them accountable. Yes, Rwanda has moved forward. Now, if you ask me personally, do I think the way it has moved forward is going to be sustainable? I don't know, because what they've done is the opposite of the ethnic federalization. Is that what you call it? What they've done is they literally made everybody be like, oh, we're all just Rwandan. Let's leave our ethnic groups and our ethnicity behind and just all become Rwandan, which I don't think is very sustainable. I think every ethnic group should be able to have space to be their own people.
Yep.
We should all be able to celebrate our own differences and still be able to love each other and live together, and also celebrate our similarities. So I think what needs to happen, and what I think I can say to my Ethiopian brothers and sisters, is we need to be real with ourselves. Just because you're Oromo, you don't have to die on that hill. When the Oromos do bad, you have to say it. Just because you're Amharic doesn't mean that you have to die on that hill. We have to be very honest with each other, because that's the only way we can move forward. And I'm saying this over and over again. I pray that whatever it is that's happening in Ethiopia doesn't go, like, it doesn't get worse, because as a person who knows what that looks like, believe me, you don't want that level of violence. You don't.
Even Nigeria, we don't want it.
It brings trauma, it brings generational trauma, it brings so much ugliness with it that for years to come, after all of that is said and done, for years to come, you're still going to be trying to heal yourself, if that makes sense. I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you. I think who's next is Sam.
Was it me?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
just to point out, Muhammad mentioned earlier regarding telling the truth, which I agree with you to a certain extent. The problem is some forces, they want to begin history starting from Menelik, but then they don't want to talk about prior to what Menelik did. And in addition to that, some want to mention only great things he's done, and they don't want to criticize him for what he has committed as well. And then the other forces just want to blindly criticize him. And so when we talk about peers, we have to see what they've done. Was it in a good way? Was it in a bad way? We have to talk about both of them. And so everybody has a good and a bad side to it. And as far as speaking about the ethnic tensions, and so there are ethnic tensions right now, and the problem is it's being politicized. And so when certain groups die in certain region, the victims, they're being labeled as certain names, meaning settlers from this, this, and that. This happens throughout the country itself. And so, but people from that certain group, they don't want to held them liable because they happen to be from the same ethnic group. And so the only reason we're not going through this or we're not resolving this is because of nobody is being held liable. Like we lack of accountability. And so when people make certain mistakes or when they commit certain crimes, they hide behind their ethnicity. And so whenever you try to hold them liable, I'm being targeted for my ethnicity. Like, you cannot really resolve it because everything is politicized in the country. So therefore, everybody blindly supports the person or group from their own ethnic group. And so it's very difficult right now. But from both sides, nobody wants to talk about the good and the bad things. Only one thing. So the only thing they want to mention is the certain group wants to mention the great things.
Is it better now?
Mention the horrible things.
It sounds better, right?
How do you resolve this? Like, we've tried multiple times, and nobody wants to acknowledge what's happened in the past or what's happening right now. It's like that. This is the main conflict. I'm done. Thank you.
I just want to mention one thing. Like, even our past different government bodies have actually
tribalism at its max.
They create this tension between, like, especially between Amara and Oromo, because like they kind of control like the future of the country is like basically in their hand just because they have the highest population. So basically, like, if they are kind of fighting, it's like such an easy target. Like, for if you want to hurt Ethiopians, like that's the community that you need to come after. So basically, it's like it's very easy to manipulate people around it. And so, like Sami said, like, you can be a really horrible person, and you can say, oh, I'm from this, blah blah, and people from that ethnic group, like, yeah, that's like, no, you love my tribe, so like there's like I can defend you no matter what. So no one is really standing for truth and have integrity to say to like uphold like principles and values. But I think, like, I'm sure, like, we've all, like, as you've been seeing, like, everything kind of evolves around ethnic group, and all these histories are so different. Like, it's almost like, sometimes when you talk to your ex's mom or something, what she would say about her son, and then what you think about her son is like completely different. It's like that. It's like our parents tell us, depending on their tribe, they tell us only the good about whoever they like. Like Menelik, everybody who likes Menelik, they don't like him because he killed this and this and this. They don't know anything about that. Like, well, even me, like, I used to, like, I didn't know all of this, like all this other issues that Menelik, people say about Menelik. I only heard like we want, like, you know, we fought like Italia, like he you know, all that stuff, and like the other stories completely erased. So but like the other side, people on the other side only know, you know, they are the reason, you know, Milik is the reason you're suffering, Milik is the reason why you don't, you know, your language is this and your culture is this. So it's like our parents were not honest with us. Like the school system is like everything is both sides, like everything. So right now, finding the truth for us so that we can kind of like be honest with each other is such a hard place, because I truly do not believe any history, like whether it's from my parents, from the like any expert. I don't believe anyone from like the Ethiopian history side, just because they're just very biased, you know, like whether it's from the Western or from local. So it makes it really, really difficult to get to the bottom of things. And also, like, people completely forget that like the future is a lot more important. Our current world is a lot more important than our past. If we're not using our past to guide us and to like get us to a better place, what's the point of like fighting and talking about like 100 years of history? You know what I mean? It's like people aren't talking about this with intention to, you know, help us see better. It's more like, you know, how can I create more lines so that, you know, like now the reasons are clear, so that, you know, you and I should not be friends, so marry, whatever. So it's very, very difficult, and it's super toxic, and just, yeah. I'm done.
Thank you.
Can I also go?
Thank you. Actually, I had put you, TSION, I had put you on the list. Also, if you want to go, then after that, it's going to be Dagi, and then it's going to be Mohammed. Sam, you also want to talk?
Yes. And
Okay,
before, I just want to say, I just want to make sure everybody, can you guys follow us? Because I realize that with people blocking other people, that's a big thing, because we're not following you guys yet. So can you follow us, and we'll follow you guys back. So nobody should be blocking anybody going forward. Please, let's be respectful. And that's all.
Yeah. Yeah. TSION. Can you please say the name so that I know how to say it next time?
Sion.
Sion. Oh, Sion. Sorry. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay. I feel like we've had this conversation like so many times in the past. For me, I started posting about Amhara genocide about a year ago, and it only gotten worse, and that it didn't get any better. It only gotten worse. Every ethnic is just blaming Amhara this, Amhara that, Amhara this. And every ethnic is like, okay, I'm not going to say every other, but most. It's like a lot of people online are trying to portray Amhara as the oppressor, and that advocating to go ahead and kill every Amhara that you see. I've seen a lot of extremist Oromos really supporting that, really standing behind that. And regardless of how many children and elderly, innocent farmers being killed, regardless of like how many of them they see, they don't care. They don't care, because they would rather stand behind their ethnic, even if it's the most fucked up barbaric shit they're doing. It doesn't matter. They would stand behind it and somehow justify the killing by bringing past history, history that we have no idea of. Like we actually have no idea if it's true, which one is true, which one's not. We have no idea how things went. We only know what people have told us, and I'm sure if we really try to look for real history, deep down, dig in, we will all find the truth. But no, we rather listen to our parents, our people, whatever. It doesn't matter if it's fucked up shit they say. We rather listen to that. No acknowledging anybody's pain, but okay, I matter, that's it. That's the problem of Ethiopians. So for me at this point, I've tried to do this, one Ethiopia, blah, 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 let's be one, whatnot, as an Amhara, doesn't matter if they kill you, kind of just stay silent and just say one Ethiopia. At this point, I'm not saying that. I don't really care about one Ethiopia. I don't give a fuck because the Ethiopian people do not care about my people, regardless if they see a child, a 4-year-old child on the floor with his brains all over the floor, literally. Which world does that happen in? Like, this is crazy. This is beyond anything. And the fact that some Oromos, I'm not saying all, some Oromos actually justify that, it is just mind-blowing to me. Mind-blowing. So for me, at this point, I think that if this doesn't stop and if people are always gonna play the victim and just attack us as Amharas, we have to also attack back. Like, we have to defend ourselves. We have to, give weapon to our people and defend themselves. Because how long are we gonna get killed? For the past 30 years, TPLF has taken away 4 million of our people. And when they were asked, what did they say? They have no idea where the 4 million people are gone. They have no idea where that went. They don't want to say anything.
4 million.
And what do the Amharas do? Nothing. And the thing is that for me, I hold my people accountable if they're doing some fucked up shit. It doesn't matter if you're my people. I don't agree with a lot of Amharas right now, especially the ones in power. They have done nothing for the Amhara people. So I disagree with them. They're not doing their job right, So if my people are doing wrong, I'm gonna disagree to that. I'm not gonna justify an Amhara person going around killing Oromo people or Tigray people. I'm not gonna stand with that. So for a lot of Tigray people and Oromo people to stand behind their people doing fucked up shit, I don't understand. Like, please make that make sense to me, because I'm just like mind blown. And I have just so much, I don't know, hate, like anger, everything. Just, it's too much. It's too much. Amhara people are going through too fucking much right now. And we really have to like come together, be one, and do something about it. Yeah, that's what I want.
Thank you.
Can I say something? Or?
Yeah, thank you. I think what was next is Dagi.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, before you go on, who just asked to speak after?
That's Benny.
Benny, okay, I'll put you down. Go ahead, Dagi.
Can I go after Benny? Sorry.
That was precious.
I think what you can see is I mean, what we see on social media is sort of very polarized views. There are, of course, these extremists who are doing these things, and they're taking advantage, or the political elites are taking advantage of how easy people are to sway. And we have increasing polarization. And so I just wanted to talk a bit about solutions. But I mean, essentially, the problem is that people are playing ethnic politics. These political elites are playing ethnic politics. So they're making, as we've sort of discussed, we've already covered, the Amaras are being targeted, named as the oppressors and whatnot, and that gives them political capital. So, I mean, the root cause of all of this, and it's not the only cause, but it plays a large part of it in this, is ethnic federalism, which was introduced about 30 years ago. And since then, we've seen increase in ethnic violence, ethnic division. These aren't problems that didn't exist before, but they got a lot worse. At the same time, we need to, as you said, the problem is when we're on social media and we have these debates, which is just, which paint it as us versus them and so on. Yeah, it is us versus them, but at the same time, to look at solutions, we need to sort of listen to each other. And the concerns of people, our languages, our culture is going to vanish. That doesn't mean ethnic federalism is the only way to maintain language and culture. I mean, there's clearly a need to revisit ethnic federalism, scrap it, and start with something else. Something was said earlier on in the conversation about the approach that people would adopt is this sort of Unitarian state, no one is advocating that. No one can push for unity without sort of respecting our differences, respecting each other's cultures. That's not the solution, but neither is ethnic federalism. Those are two sort of opposite sides of those are the two extremes on this spectrum. So of course we need to find a solution which maintains people's language and culture, which is what Precious and I don't know what Princess is, what they were sort of raising. But at the same time, the lives of the innocent people that are being killed are much more important. That's what use is a government? What use is a country if you can't even keep your citizens safe? Like, what other country in the world do you know of where you have boundary wars, boundary conflicts within the country? I'm not talking about with your neighboring countries, within the country. Do you know how insane that is? You've got people fighting each other all over the country. You've got people massacring innocent Amaras all over the country because of this ethnic politics. So, I mean, I think that clearly needs to be scrapped, and we need something else to start with. It will be good to get some other people's takes on that.
Can I say something? I need to go to bed. It's 3 a.m. where I live. Thank you guys for having this conversation. But if you're gonna have again, can you have it like just somebody like, I don't know, like Monica just creates a room, and because not a lot of like different ethnicities are on this group, like the Ethiopian club. So you don't get to hear other people's point of view as well. So if you guys have another another time, if you open a room, maybe not on this club, maybe
just open.
Sorry,
just open without like the Ethiopian club.
Like a room, and then we can ping people in, because in this in Ethiopian club, not a lot of people from different ethnicities are here.
Okay,
that's all I wanted to say.
Okay,
but thank you guys for having.
Yeah, Precious. You can also, I think you can follow the room, and then you can ping people.
No, I am in the room. Like I am in the room. I could get in, but like there are other like ethnicities that don't want to be in this kind of room because they don't consider themselves Ethiopian. So, I'm just saying, like,
okay, I see what you're saying.
Other people point of view, then just create a room, and then we can ping other people in. And you can hear other people's point of view, but I am in this group. That's why.
Okay. Are you saying the title is the title is that the title that's making people not want to come in, or I'm trying to understand?
Yeah, it's because I put it. I'm the one that made the room, so I put it in the Ethiopia club, thinking that it's like, yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Next time we won't have that.
Yeah. Okay.
There's several different ethnicities represented on the stage right now. Is it just not dominated by the group you want to see it dominated by? It's not dominated by your group.
They said, Dagi. People are from different ethnicities want to be an Ethiopian club. Like, so that's what I'm just trying to point out. Like, it's a truth. It's a truth. Like,
and it's Precious. And you're right. It's noted. So next time we'll definitely think about that when we make another room. You're completely right about that, because if some people might not want to come because they think it's only for that people from that place. I hear you. It's noted.
Yeah, anyways, I just want to thank you guys for having this room. I need to go to bed. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Precious. That's really important, because saying that we're not Ethiopian, there are things that we might not understand and small nuances we can leave out. So if you do feel like there's something that we have to take into consideration, just let us know, because we just want to make sure that we talk about these situations and like see what can be done, not only just in terms of just in the country, but also changing people's mindsets, because I think that's where it all starts. The person who's next is Mohammed.
Nah, I was going to talk. It's Benny.
Oh,
I think it's Benny next.
Yeah, but yeah. So I'll just
Benny.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay.
Maybe it is okay with that.
Yeah. Is it Mohammed? I think maybe it is Mohammed then Benny. Is that okay?
Yeah, Benny can go ahead, and then it's going to be Mohammed, and then Sam after that.
I got you, one. I was just going to make a small point, because I hear a lot of, not a lot, a lot of, like, Oromos keep on saying Minilik, and talking about history. But as we talking about history, like today, or like in the like last week and last month, A lot of Amaras have been massacred, and it's going on. And I bet you, I hope not, but maybe in the next week or 2 weeks, you're gonna hear like another Amara genocide. So I don't think it's a time to talk about history right now, and people should be, it's a very sad situation. They are still stuck on a history that was like a couple hundred years ago. I mean, we can talk about history, but this is not the time to talk about history. Because as we talk about history, Amaras are dying, and I'm talking about they dying in hundreds and hundreds. They just come and show out. They just they killed about like 100 something Amaras, and this a lot of the Oromos and the Tigray are still talking about history, and I don't think it's the right time to talk about history. History we can save it for later on. I think this is time to help to stop the Amara genocide. And another point, I seen a lot of the Oromos, the diaspora Oromos, when a lot of times when there's a massacre and a massacre, they go on the comments and they leave a lot of comments. That's very sad. I seen a couple of comments saying, yeah, they should be killed, they should get out from our land, and just basically supporting the massacre. And I think that should be addressed. Because every time I'm on here, I'm on this app, you guys are talking about Menelik did this, Menelik did that. This is not the time. Hundreds of people are dying, and it's very sensitive to me because every time I'm on here, you guys talking about the history 100 years ago, and I just want to address that.
Thank you, Benny. Can you go ahead, Mohammed?
Yeah, I guess I'm one of those who keeps on talking about history, but I guess it was in response to people's, comments about, but you understood, you only look at the good and, the bad and not the good, and this person and that person. But, that was kind of where my comment was actually trying to address. I think that very comment, Benny, in itself, doesn't build bridges, right? Because when we're talking, and again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, what is happening to Amaras in the Wallagga region, which is where killings have happened, is abhorrent and very, very, very sad, right? But now I think we're talking about solutions, right? But before I get to solutions, one thing that a thought that sort of just came into my head is that one thing I see among participants in the different clubhouse rooms is that their impression of the other is mostly formed by people in the comments, people on Twitter trolls or clubhouse trolls or what have you, right? That's not a representation of who those people are, right? I bet you definitely you'll find people who will say who will say abhorrent and terrible things about massacres that are happening in the country, for sure. There are disgusting people on this earth. There's no doubt about that. But what I would caution people from doing is thinking that is the broad sentiment, that is what actually people think, because social media can kind of make you think that if your view of people is formed by users of social media. Because I have friends from all ethnicities. I don't really think ethnicity is an important label, but it is something that I have to keep in mind when it is a lens that I have to look through at times to see where people are coming at. So that's one thing. The last thing I wanted to say is that towards the point, like if people want to build bridges, right, and get interethnic coalitions going, right, you got to reach out. And you also need to hear what they have to say, right? So I'm sure, Benny, if you reached out to certain Oromos right now, and asked them why are you like there was a just for the mods, there was a mass killing that happened a few days ago of Amhara farmers, which is truly sad. But Benny, if I would ask you to just ask whoever in your social circles or a friend of a friend who might be Oromo, if you might ask them to just, mobilize their folks, if you have those friends, their folks towards towards getting community level mobilization towards these massacres, right? What they would ask you is for you to do the same for what is going on in certain areas in the Amhara region, right? Because obviously the massacres are happening at different scales in different parts of the country, but they're happening everywhere, including in the Amhara region as we speak. So the point I want to make here is that there's no way out of this if it is not through interethnic coalitions. If it's not, and not on social media. Like if you're doing it on social media, you can't tell a real person from a troll. I'm talking about in real life. If it is the people that you know from back, I don't know where you are. I'm assuming you're in North America. But if you're in North America with different folks from different communities that come from Ethiopia, that is going to be a starting ground towards getting things done, because those communities also have people back home, but I'm sure if you ask them, they have other perspectives that don't necessarily only go back to Menelik, that go towards what is happening on the ground right now, and that would be informative for you. Just a thought.
Thank you, Mohammed. Who's next is Sam. And Yemi, you do want to talk as well?
Yes, please. I will speak after.
I'll put you on the list. Sam, can you go ahead? Is it Sam?
I think he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Okay. I will just make a few points that I feel like are very important to kind of keep in mind. The reality of the situation is people are dying. People are dying. Like, for example, for me, I thought it was mainly like the Tigray people that are only being killed. But now that I'm hearing that also the Amharic people are being killed, I didn't know that, right? So the thing is, numbers of people are dying. And as people, and I think as humans, we should really, put that into consideration and understanding that people are losing their lives and people are losing relatives and family members and loved ones. So if people only look at themselves and making themselves look good, there's not going to be any changes, and these people are still going to lose their lives. It doesn't matter if it's one person, it doesn't matter if it's 300. We have to make sure that we raise awareness. So with that being said, what do you think we can do as you as Ethiopians and us as Africans at large that are interested in this topic? What can we do to raise more awareness and make sure that people around on the world stage, that it gets recognized, so that things don't go even further, things don't become any worse? And also, Mohammed made a very, very important point as he finished. It's like, if I'm sure not all Oromos or all Amharics are, is that, I don't know if I'm using the word right, but I don't think it's the whole ethnic group going after the other one. I think it's certain groups of people in those ethnic groups. So we have to find the ones that are not engaging in that, in those killings, and come together in order to kind of like build a bridge between the different ethnicities, if you know what I mean.
She's correct.
But as I was saying, I just want to know, like, from your point of view as Ethiopians, how do you think we can make this more visible on the world stage, just as the way, the situation in Nigeria has been highlighted, so that we can, that something can to be done on a world stage. What do you think?
I think Nigeria needs to be
done?
more highlighted.
Hi guys, I'm Yasmin Muslim. May I speak for a second?
Yemi, I think it's Yemi that's first. The YEMI. Yes. Then
yeah, it's Yemi first. Yemi, you can go ahead and then you will speak up. I'll put you on the list.
Thank you. Thank you for the dialogue. I wanted to sort of touch on what Mohammed said. Also, Benny, that was, as much as I see both of the points and coalitions is the route we should be headed at, and unity. When we go back to the patterns as well as how frequent these things are happening as humans, it's going to get to a point where logic and reasoning or waiting the other party to understand your hurt and pain is going to get to the point. I believe it was Jan who said it earlier. I was one of those Ethiopians. My family is Amara, both of my parents are from the Amara region. However, I never had this. Every time I heard anything about Ethiopia and these scenarios, I spoke out. Nowadays, from most of us, I believe it was once again Mohammed, he said, if you reached out, I've reached out to my fellow Ethiopians, and I see the issue to be that we no longer feel each other's pain. Someone could die from my tribe. Instead of sympathizing, even daring to create awareness, we go, well, that's what happened down in history. But down the line, that history, half of us don't even question the narrative, because Ethiopian history, how many of us do we know that history to the extent that we're confident in to say it justifies an act or a killing? So as realistic as it is to create this dialogue and conversation, some of us Amaras have felt ongoingly now our issues are never covered to that magnitude. Therefore, I would like to have hope. I'm not saying I've completely given up. I'm still for the idea of Ethiopia to an extent, but I am very much so heartbroken. And when people bring up these dialogues of all the history, back to those questions, I'm not targeting anybody. Where do they get this narrative that Amaras are the problem? If you ask me, the problem is in how the history was narrated. Therefore, instead of questioning that, and I'm not just talking about on social media, if we talk about just the mass coverage of things and who gets attention, there's killing everywhere. I'm not saying Garages are killed, especially within the last 30 years of Ethiopian politics. If you've known, the division has caused everybody except some people from Tigray that were not even benefiting. So we all know the depth of it, but do all of us even sympathize? But it's ironic, because if we, as Africans, we don't sympathize with each other's, but in the West world, we advocate about Black lives when we don't even do that within our own, because we're so rigidly attached to what was done wrong to us. So just not even based on the right narrative, and I think that's absolutely ridiculous. It's not solution forward. And it sounds like the route to take, but it doesn't seem realistic at this point, even as Amaras, not those of us who are in the, abroad as diasporas. However, the people who are living in Ethiopia who've been getting warnings about these killings and still going through them have lost faith. So if we're going to have such dialogue saying, let the other party, I think unfortunately we've passed that mark. So now it's more or so how do we save our people, more of a short-term goal like we've talked about, and a longer-term goal, not maybe if we reach out, people will get you. That is, I wish that was the stage where we're at, but it have escalated to a much more serious stage. So I feel like we do have to keep that in mind, and that's all.
Can I clarify just a point?
Okay.
MS,
I'll make it very brief.
Because we were gonna have MS go first, because she's next, and then you, Mohammed, if you can understand what she's in mind.
If that's okay with you, Miss or MS.
Yeah, you can do it. You can talk.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I'll make it very brief, and I'll have to sign off. But thanks for that, Yemi. I'm not talking about, just a clarification, I'm not talking about only your social circles. I'm actually talking about groups, ethnic groups, because we all know it in the US, every single ethnic group has an association. And the Amaras have it, the Oromos have it, the Somalis have it, the Hararis have it, everyone has it, right? And I personally have not seen, so I can sort of like state what I have been exposed to, and then I'd like to hear what your thoughts are. But I've not seen a call towards, you know, interethnic dialogue and, you know, interethnic solidarity at an official level, where um, ethnic communities from Ethiopia in the U.S., for instance, and in the diaspora at large, put out statements saying we call on groups XYZ to join us in a coalition of solidarity and harmony, right? If you, because obviously we're going to have, if it's going to be based off of only folks that you know from your social circles, they might not even be socially oriented, right? Like I can't even count the number of people who express their sympathies at best, but that's basically all that they're willing to give. And given what's happening, I think something bigger needs to happen, because the alternative, unfortunately, is going to be more interethnic warfare, and that is not something that any of us should accept. Even if you're talking about, and it goes beyond just defense, right? I'm not sure if you're aware of what's happening in Wallo right now, but that will further fuel the flame of even more killing, and which I'm hoping it does not, but it could potentially blow out into other parts of the Oromia region, because what we're seeing now is what's happening in one region called Walenka. There's 6, 7 other regions in which you will find Amhara communities here and there, and I pray and hope that it doesn't pop up in those other regions. So that's why I'm saying that what needs to happen is that you need to have diaspora groups that advocate for the rights of ethnic groups in Ethiopia, and there are many in the US, come together and issue a statement first, and then be called to action through their various networks to push for.
And bring Trapson back up. He's just gonna start shit up, bro. Leave him alone. Bro, this is my last thing I'm gonna say. If y'all don't find what somebody says good, ignore it, bro. We can't do anything on this app, bro. We can't pull up to their house.
Ignoring it though.
But look, you don't, because you just tried to rebuttal and go back on it, bro. Like, it might say shit if you keep.
Yeah, what happened? I just got pinged out of that. 1 second. Let me go back to my room. Monica. One second, sorry. Something happened. I gotta tell Monica to put me back in the room. It's very interesting, though. I don't know if you guys see. It's Africa is. We have a lot of work to do. In Africa, we have a lot of work to do. Like, it seems like every country. Good, she got me back in.
Okay. So I was saying, to raise more awareness, what we can do, the first thing that we can do is we can target those with these platforms and see if they can help join us. That's the number one thing we can do. Number two, what we can do is we can like, for example, on TikTok, you know how everyone can get lots of views. What we can do is we can put like hashtags just to get as much views as we can, And the third thing we can do is, like for everyone that's over here, if you have a big platform or a small platform, it doesn't matter. What we can do is we can all raise awareness for each group, and also we can do like a fundraise thing. Like for example, me, like I'm very good at cooking. What I can do is I can sell like little snacks or whatever I can out of my pocket, and I can donate to the fund that someone starts or anything like that. That's what we can actually do to help, just a little bit, because it's best to try than to do nothing.
Those are all great ideas.
Very right. I agree. Go ahead, Sungus, and then after that is Ian. Sorry. Sambusa, it's your turn.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to just respond to a couple of points that Mohammed had said. I think what everybody wanted in the country 3 years ago was a national dialogue between all of the different people who had past histories of conflict with each other, and that's what we did not receive. I think that just as individuals, like we had the responsibilities to have that dialogue with each other, but our parents' generations, they kept politics out of the youth's lives. So when it came down to like the assassination of Haj Adlu, Oromos immediately mobilized. When the Amhara massacre started happening, Amhara started to slowly become more awakened to the fact that they had this issue at their hands. When the war started, Tigrayans, they all mobilized immediately as well. So it's just the fault is that within a small amount of time, so much has been immediately sensationalized. Everybody has just felt like they had to jump to action. And it's unfortunate because I don't know, like the Oromo protests started and it happened at the same time as like here there were protests happening, and then back home people were killing Amharas. And then after that, like the war started, and now it's like we don't have any chance to have that dialogue again. So it's just like I don't know what we need to secure peace, but I do know that the final step to end any war is with paperwork. People have to come down to a table and settle things. So I think everybody's just they don't know how things are going to end, because I think the first thing that needs to happen is people need to address these massacres, and people need to stop the war that's happening in the north. That's just the most troubling. Like that's like lives are being lost there, in my opinion. I don't know what else to say. Yeah.
And I appreciate and respect that. I like that.
Is it Saya?
I think it's Sion. Sorry.
It's Sion.
Sorry.
Someone else can go first.
Mohammed.
Mohammed's next.
Oh no, I was just flicking my microphone in agreement with Sambusa.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So whoever hasn't spoken, come.
Saya.
If I can jump in just real quick. As you said, young people growing up never really. I think it's an African thing, to be honest, where politics are for grown-ups. But like if you look at what happens in Nigeria, of course there's still a lot that's going on, and not everything is perfect. But they were able to raise awareness to a level where everybody kind of took into action. And I do believe that if there was a global awareness and there was a bit of pressure put on by Ethiopians in the diaspora, it would create some type of change. I do agree with Mohammed when it comes to that, because something has to be done for people to stop dying. Period. You know what I mean? And another thing I wanted to say, in my country there was a lady that saved 1,000 people during the genocide. She was Hutu. She wasn't even that well off, but she
saved 1,000 people.
That part of killing. That's the same thing that
Hutu.
I was saying. The Tutsi minority were only 9% of the population in Rwanda. So if or the rest 91% or maybe even 85% had chosen to become killers, like we would have all, perished. They would have been extinct. So not all Hutus did participate in the killing, and we have to make sure that those people that are not like that, that can try and push forward for change. That woman had we had another 1,000 people who were like her trying to save people, way less Tutsis would have died. So I think, as Mohammed touched on, there needs to be people from both sides who are who to say this is not acceptable and are willing to stand up, because as much as I would love to push forward, if there's no information coming to me from Ethiopia, if there are no Ethiopian leaders of this movement, we as outsiders are not going to know what direction to really take, because you don't understand the nuances of the history of what's happening in Ethiopia. Even when you have the people with bigger platforms, when you have superstars talking about these things, all they can do is raise that awareness in that 6 seconds. And we all know how social media is. It's very like the attention span is so small. All they can do is just raise that awareness within, maybe 2 weeks. But after that, people kind of move on. So what we need is kind of already have those coalitions and those, movements and those groups and strategies already put in place, so that when there is a chance to grab that attention for 2-3 weeks, that attention is used is put to good use, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So if CM wants to say something, I'll be
She's gone. She's gone.
Oh, okay.
Does anybody else have anything else to say? If not, let me just say.
I'll just go
Okay.
and say, like for this everything to like, to stop or to die down. People gotta stop, demonizing other like one tribe gotta stop demonizing other tribe. Like, for example, like they keep calling, with my tribe, Amara, like Naftanya, killers, all this. So I think that's, things like that should stop. And like another example I could give you is like a lot of people see all Tigray people as TPLF supporters and killers. And things like that just gotta stop. You feel me? Like I don't like being called, like a killer, or like, like Naftanya. Now I don't mind it. We kind of switched the word on them, but at first people was calling us killers, and that's like just demonizing our whole tribe. So I think things like that, we gotta stop. I think. Yeah. Thank
you. Yeah. I just want to say, like, from a Nigerian's perspective, because I could definitely relate to the tribalism. That's what I'll call it. Like that goes on. I know using tribe is not necessarily the best word for Africans. We're ethnic groups, but you guys understand what I mean. This ethnic group conflict that goes on in Africa. What I'll say is this: even though they keep inviting me to another room. I don't know why I said this, but even though I am a Southern Nigerian, right? What I've learned over time, because these things are very sensitive, right? Like you hear things that happen to your people, and you get really upset, and you hear history of things. Like even me, like you hear a lot of history.
You're breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
Jay, you keep breaking up.
Really? Is it better? Is it better now?
It keeps breaking in and out. Hopefully.
Oh my God. Okay, ping me back in. I ping myself out to ping myself in. I guess I got to use one thing to speak, or else I'll keep breaking back in and out. I don't even know how to ping myself in. That's so annoying. Jeez. I didn't get it. Turn this shit off. Let me go here. I think it's because I was on two. I think it's because I was on two devices. I just want to break it down for them from a Nigerian's perspective. Like, I wouldn't want to see another ethnic group, like especially innocent Fulani people, getting hurt by me or getting hurt by like people who don't have anything to do with the actual situation now start getting hurt. And I feel like we should all have that kind of like empathy for each other when it comes down to it. Like we shouldn't like want to, like, because yeah, those videos
We accepted the invitation because we have a military alliance with Ethiopia.
Is it over? Like, if it's over, let me know. I don't think it's over. I just don't get the pings, huh? I need to understand this app a little better, I guess. But I think when it comes down to it, as Africans, we're one, man. And even within our countries, because we're all trying to be Pan-African in one, but there's a lot more work to do, man. I realize even individually, but we need to do it together, I guess, at this point. Religious and tribal division. They killed more in Biafra. Oh yeah, you're correct. Yo, you're very correct. They did kill a lot more in Biafra. And the team say right now, Biafra is ready to. They are ready to go. They are ready to go. They don't even care. They're still going. I just can't find it. Let me see. I can't find it. Maybe I've fallen out of the group too many times. I can't. I don't know how to join. I might just have to. Yeah, it might be over for me today for this live because I literally cannot join. I'm not getting the ping. Nothing. This is weird, yo. My bad, guys. Okay, I found it. That was so weird.
Just because my people, half of my people went through slavery, does not mean that all of my people went through slavery. So that was really annoying and sad. And plus, I don't know why some people, like, even though when I argue with
She's Somali Bantu.
have no fight with them, they always make slavery jokes, like making slavery jokes in the and she's a Bantu. Like I said, it's a different group that he's 400 ethnic more. Even though my personal ethnic is not the one to get through, but still went through. At the end of the day, I'm Bantu, you know. And when someone, feels that label, it really hurts me, you know. And I've been trying to, I'm really trying to, what is it called? How would I explain this? I was trying so hard, not let shit get to me. But at the same time, sometimes I find myself arguing with them, saying some crazy dumb stuff to them because it keeps me up so bad. But at the same time, I'm not giving up. I'm keeping raising awareness, and that's something I just wanted to share with you guys. You're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna try to put you down because they don't want you to raise awareness. People want to hide it so hard. But what you need to do is you need to keep on going forward. Don't put this. Whatever you guys are doing, I like it. This is very great. Keep on doing. It doesn't matter if the whole world knows or not. What you can do is you can just get as much as people that are with you. That's all you need to do. Keep on raising awareness. That's all I have to say. If you'll get to a point where everyone knows eventually, don't ever give up.
Thank you so much for what you just said. It's so touching, and I can hear you getting emotional. And to be honest, thank you for reaching out to Jay and all of that. Because I never knew about Somali Bantu before getting on TikTok, seeing it. So
it's being noticed, and I just want to take a quick second to say thank you for what you're doing because it's reaching out. You're reaching people. You might not see it because it's not right in your face, but it's getting where it needs to get. And I think you just said something that's very important. That I feel like we need to learn from each other. Ethiopians can look at Rwanda to we can look at my country as an example for what not to get, what not to have. But we can also look at Ethiopia, at Nigeria and these other places where the youth has been able to come together and actually create change, however small it is. I really do personally believe that what Brother Mohammed is saying about creating coalitions, and as Ethiopians, as the youth of Ethiopia, as the young people of Ethiopia, are just taking charge and pushing through and having these grassroots organizations, because I think that's the only way things are going to change. It's if the people themselves decide that enough is enough, because what these governments do, as they say, they just get people to fight, so it's easier for them to control. If everybody's focused on everything else, then people are not focused on what the government is doing wrong, if that makes sense. And I think it's also important to let people kind of express their grievances. And yes, it's not good to demonize, one group over the other. But if one group is dying, it's important to highlight that as well, if that makes sense. So thank you. I don't know if anybody else wants to maybe speak.
Let me try. Let's see. Am I clear now?
Yeah, we can hear you better now.
Yeah.
We can hear you better.
I guess yeah.
Mohammed, you can go after.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I have to leave. I think this was a wonderful discussion, and I thank you all for having it.
Thank you, bro.
Mohammed, I hope you follow everybody back, because we'll have more.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot more.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Your the points you made were very, very
Solid, very solid.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, and thank you, Miss, for sharing.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care, man. Yeah, this was our first time. I think it was pretty good. I feel like
it was.
There's Africa as a whole. We have tribal issues that we need to address, and I'm literally, my eyes are. I already knew we had these problems, but the extent to how deep it is crazy. Just yesterday on TikTok, I think everybody knew. You guys know about it. Yesterday on TikTok, where the guy took my picture and put it next to a gorilla, the Fulani guy. If I literally, if I literally put that thing out there on TikTok to call him out, that would have literally caused a tribal war on TikTok right then and there. And I saw that and I was like, I'm not doing that anymore, because I realized that like I would have been perpetuating, like, because of course I would have been calling him out for calling me for, of course, for not for only making the gorilla thing, but it's more like what led up to him calling me the gorilla thing. And I feel like now we have to definitely be looking for ways to pacify and to kind of like for us as the youth to come together and not perpetuate the stuff that our parents and the elites of our country are like pretty much sending propaganda down, siphoning it up down to our minds and telling us, oh, you know what, this is what this group is about, this is what this group was about. Because of, if we have a different mindset, we could change a lot. Like, I like that example you gave with like the SARS thing, because of it was new generation that did that, literally new generation that did that with SARS. Although in Nigeria, they be arresting people that stand up against them. But I think we have to be fearless and resilient. At this point, like, no, we're not going to kill each other. We're not going to hurt each other. We're going to have each other's backs. But this was nice. Today was because it was last minute too.
Yeah, and today was the first day. That was really good though for a first day, I would say.
I'll say that too.
Yeah, I think I've learned so much today that I didn't know. Literally, like, the nerd in me was making. I have like pages full of like things I have to look up what that means. I'm sure I've spelled almost everybody's name, but I'm sure I'll be able to find it. But like, it's very important for us to kind of like look into ourselves, because I've lived with a lot of Somalis. So I lived in Uganda before coming here, MS, and I lived with a lot of Somalis, and they used to, I think I've told this to Jay and Monica before, like they used to be like, oh, you maybe like, because they do have quite like East African features, they would kind of like compliment me, like, oh, you know, you look like you could be from Ethiopia, you look like you could be from this place and that place. And at that point I was like, oh, that's nice, because I think Ethiopians are beautiful people. But then after once I started learning about the Bantus, like I was like, oh, it's also a situation of hierarchy, and I didn't understand that, and I kind of had to check myself as well. I feel like as people, we just want to be right over and over and over again, and I feel like that's what I heard. Like, everybody's trying to fight their corner, and the thing is, like, bro, there's no corner. Like, today might be that I'm harassed, but if this keeps on going, like, your turn will come, like your turn on the wheel will come, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, I feel like as a first conversation, it's, of course, people are going to be very emotional, people are going to be very defensive, but I think it's very important to just keep slowly but surely have these conversations, because it's crazy. One time, now that it just came to my mind, I met a girl, and she told me that she was Somali, and then I looked at her, I was like, you don't look Somali, right? And because I was used to the Cushitic group, right? Of course, I didn't. I can't say you're not Somali if you tell me you're Somali. But for a quick second, I was like, "Oh, you don't look Somali." I didn't say it first, but in my head, I thought about it. You know what I mean? And it's because I didn't have the information that there are people who look like, you know, there are Bantus in Somalia. You know what I mean? So I think it's very important for people to just keep pushing.
Facts.
Just keep reiterating this, just to tell you that, believe me, what you're doing has touched so many people. Like, you know, we're learning every single day. I've learned so many things on TikTok, and before coming on, I was like one of those, you know, aunties, like, oh no, that's what kids were dancing. But like, I've learned so much just being on there and like listening to people from other places as well. You know?
Yo, no lie, like, it's crazy that you just said that about Somalis, because of the first Somali I saw, I didn't know the difference between, I didn't even know like there was Cushitic Somali Bantu, but the first Somali I saw was the Somali Bantu, but I didn't know there was some. So in my head, I always had the impression, oh, Somali is just another, because, you know, I'm from Nigeria, so I thought only, I didn't even know Somalis look Cushitic. I only thought that Ethiopians have that look. So I only thought it was Ethiopia that looked like that because I don't know so much. Till I started this page that I started knowing so much about East Africa. I don't know if you guys noticed, like a lot of my videos about East Africa, because I didn't know much about East Africa. I started doing a lot of research. I said, I don't know these things. And as I'm learning them, I'm putting it out there. Who are the Oromo people? I'm hard. That's why they shock. Oh, you know a lot about us. It's because like I literally got like intrigued. I was like, these people they have different people of them. Wow, they just like like Nigeria, they have different groups and they fight too, and stuff like that. So when she now, I mean, when I got in when I got in contact with my first Somali Bantu, her who was telling me about it, and then I remember the first Somali I met. I was like, she's Bantu. Oh my God. And I didn't even know. She lives in Vermont. Like I was in Vermont. I was doing a post-bac pre-medical program and me and her were in the same class. And she was so nice to me. She like, because I didn't have any friends there. It was like, she was in the undergrad and I was doing a post-bac program. I just came. She was like probably a third year or fourth year. And she helped me around, showed me the ropes, where to study, different things like that. Like it was pretty cool. Now TikTok, honestly, now TikTok make us know. So like like I won't lie, I'm just thankful that we all met each other, and this even whatever happened with Somalis and me, it's even what got her to probably contact me. Those first couple videos when I was upset, like and even now I know a lot of Somalis think that I dislike them, but I don't dislike any human being. That's a lie. Those things happened back then, and I feel like it had to be addressed as Africans. And I feel like if anybody does anything to disrespect another African, I'll call them out. I'm not gonna call them out on a general basis, like the way I probably did by mistake, and I still try to correct it. But a lot of them still took it personal, which is fine. Like some people would just do that, but like I'll still call out wrongs that is going on, I feel like these are the things. And I think another thing that I stopped doing that I feel like I shouldn't have stopped doing, I was watching the South African interview that we had that time with Oga, and I feel like I stopped calling out the wrong things that are happening in Africa. I got to a point where I just started only putting like ethnicity stuff and, good stuff. And I feel like good stuff is good, but I still should be putting out some bad things that need to be changed, because these are how these conversations even start. And you will see somebody trying to defend it, and then before you know it, they come and we have a deep conversation about it. I don't know, Ornella, were you there for that South African talk?
I don't think so. I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Okay, like it was like when I made a video about she was there, right? No, you were there. So I made a video about the rape situation in South Africa, right? Because like that happens like at a like much higher, like a 200+% rate in South Africa, right? And even women get killed.
Oh yeah. I think I saw the video, but I maybe saw it later on. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So like I made that video. Say that again.
Did you have a live?
Yo, that live got real, man. Mad people came, and South African came and he was trying to defend it. I had my Nigerian brother come that was married to a South African. He started talking. I had another Nigerian guy come, started talking. Like, I'm actually going to cut out pieces of that video and put on YouTube, and like the important pieces. And I'm also going to put clips of it on TikTok too. But like that video I watched it yesterday over again. And I realized like, yo, why did I stop pointing out the negative stuff? Like I'm going to get negativity from people. I'm going to get resistance from people from that country because they think, oh, you're trying to make my country look bad. But no, I'm not going to only put out other people's countries. I'm going to also put out everything, at least the things that will not get, things that have been there for long and need to change, right? Like putting out awareness to Amhara stuff, putting out awareness to Nigerian stuff. Like the Nigerian stuff, I know it's a little bit crazier because of with Amhara stuff, right? If an Amhara person, the reason why they're so happy that I'm doing it is because I'm not from their country. So when I put it out, I don't need to go to Ethiopia. They're not going to be looking for me. If I put it out as a Nigerian, although, yeah, the guy defended rape. It's crazy. But if I put it out as a Nigerian, right? Actually, I won't lie to you. Me personally, I don't care because I'm doing it for the greater good of the people. But if I put it out as a Nigerian, I notice like Nigerians, first of all, I don't feel like they be so engaged in that. That's why tomorrow we're gonna have this talk, and I want to really see like Nigerians coming out and expressing themselves, because like they be too high. They always hiding with this stuff. I don't get it. Like, well, not like they're hiding it from public, but it's like maybe they're scared of scrutiny. So maybe that's why Clubhouse might be a good platform, because it's like, okay, there you could still talk your mind, and Clubhouse is more of a private kind of platform. Ideally, I mean, quote unquote, that's what it's supposed to be. So I hope like people will be able to just say what's on their mind. Like if you feel like you hate Fulanis and you want to just say it, say it. Let you say it. Let's fix it right now. Like,
And Jay, like, okay, so I think that's a good idea. And but going forward, we can't have anything like Ethiopian club. We gotta just put Africa instead of having anything like Ethiopian club. We cannot have that.
Nah, you're correct. You're correct.
Yeah, like what she said.
The only
Like Africa and then,
the only problem was this, right? Like, if we just made an open club, right, it would have been a lot harder for the Ethiopians to see it. Like for these Ethiopians to see it. Now that we've gotten a couple Ethiopians that have added us, right? If we were to talk about Ethiopian related things again and we made it in an open group, they will be able to ping people in, right? Because of I tried going, we can even after this, we can even try like just try to see people come in. But I tried making an open, because I was experimenting with it yesterday. And I tried just making an open group, and I put a topic, and nobody was really coming in. So I started thinking like, we got to make a club. But in order to make a club, you have to host three, consecutive, not back to back every day, but like three different times. After you're able to host 3 different times, then they'll allow you to make your own club. Then we can make our club, like Progressive Africa Club or something like this. Make our own club, and then people could like join that club, and it'll be different Africans. I saw one like Diaspora Club, but that's not Diaspora Club. That's all diaspora. Like I don't know how to like. I don't know how. Yeah, we're gonna figure it out. But I'm not gonna do that Ethiopian one again, because I didn't know it would be one ethnic group. I saw 1,500 people in it, and I was like, oh, that's a lot of people. I just joined it.
Yeah, because the girl said that because it said Ethiopian club, people didn't want to come in because they thought it was only for other people that had like also had something to say. They didn't want to come in because they thought it was only for Ethiopians. So that's why I'm like, yeah, she has a point. That's why I said it's noted. So going forward, we won't have it like Ethiopian, because I feel like that makes people that wanted to come in think that, oh, it's only for Ethiopians.
So my question to you is this, right? So if we put it under the Ethiopian club, so that means other people could still see it and join it, or they can't see it? Because I thought like if you look on the top, it's like locked. So it's only people in this club that will see it. So that's even part of what she's saying. No other Ethiopian can even see it. So
is that what she? Okay, is that because I thought she was saying that? Maybe she was saying that too. I thought she was saying that because said Ethiopian club, other people thought it was only exclusively for Ethiopians.
They didn't even see it.
No, it's also it's a kind of not everybody can get in, I guess.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I have to open it up.
Yeah, I don't think something. And then also like I don't know how was people able to block people? Isn't that crazy? I learned something today. I didn't know if you were on stage, you can literally block people on stage.
I think when you block a person, let's say if I blocked you, no matter if if I blocked you, it kind of gives you like a strike or something. I guess it's something like that. I read it somewhere.
So if I block you, we can't be in the same room together, right? Because I just blocked you. So you now gonna be kicked off the room. That's what.
Let me make sure I follow
because you blocked me from this room. That's what it was. Because you blocked me from the room. This room, I would not be able to come.
Exactly. You won't be able to come into the room. Whoever blocked who first, now the other person can't enter the room.
Yeah, I think so.
That's messed up. Like, yo, this is deep for them like that.
Hey, it's understandable. People get
And yo, that's true. I'm gonna try to do Discord. Have you guys heard of Discord too?
No. What's that?
MS, have you heard of Discord?
No, what is that?
So Discord is literally the same thing as Clubhouse. It's another app. You guys should download it. You don't need any invites. The good thing with Discord is that it is We could do both. We could use both. But the good thing about Discord is that it like this one is only people with Apple that can use it.
Oh, okay. Listen, these apps are going to make me go mad.
I know it's crazy. And then there's a third app too.
I'm an African auntie, small. I'm an African auntie, so like sometimes I'm like, what?
Me too. I feel like an old man.
That's sort of the things in my head, like it becomes so much.
Discord.
But like, let me first get used to Clubhouse now. Let me first get used to this.
Yeah, but this Clubhouse is good. I'm not gonna lie. It's it gives you.
I learned so much. I'm going to follow MS and I'm going to make sure, because like I want to learn more about like Somali Bantus, because I feel it's horrible because like literally what happens to the Somali Bantus is the same thing that happened to my people, because we were
Marginalized.
We were marginalized. It's the same thing. Of course, maybe you can say it was, for us, it was like just killing a lot of people in a short period of time. But at the end of the day, it's the same, like it's oppression and ostracizing people and literally,
Facts.
treating them like second-class citizens and,
Treating them like second-class citizens. To this day, talking to them a certain way.
Yeah. And that's what you think.
But we gonna bring them together though.
Okay, sorry.
Right, Molly Ward? We're gonna bring you together.
Okay, let's hear what Evans is saying. He's breaking up.
Okay.
Yes.
You could go.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you, yeah.
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, okay, because my internet is acting up. What was I saying is that I told Jay to get in touch with this one girl that was talking about Somali Bantu. She has a very good platform, and I really think if him and her were to connect, he can get more views, because like she's a model and she has lots of views. I'm trying my best, like to get her to talk to him, because like I like how he does things. Like he's very fair. He talks about everything, and that's really, like, that gets my attention, and I like that, and I literally see him as a role model, I like the fact that,
I appreciate that.
And I also think it's very important, like, as a community, if we want to make a change, we have to talk about the bad things in our community, rather other people like it, or rather any of us like it.
Exactly.
You're correct, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, because when we put it out there, we're literally telling people that what you're doing is not okay and not get off, We're shaming them, and sometimes you have to shame people to know what they're doing is very shameless.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
accountable. Yep.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I keep on repeating saying that we need, like people who have a good platform is because we all know that social media is like the key to, it's very powerful in this generation that we live in today. So that's why we have to get like as much views as we can. Like it's like a smart way to collaborate with people that have a big platform. You'd be surprised, how many changes you can make. If you get people with good platform, if you collaborate with people, all it takes is for you to, like reach out to them, say hi, or just anything, and boom.
What What girl are you talking about?
Honey, Mila Abdi.
Is it the girl that was that made that video about how Somali Bantus are treated on YouTube?
Yes. Yeah, her.
Oh, her. Okay. Me and her have spoken on TikTok before. Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's why I think it's important. You should get in touch with her and see if, if she wants to be part of, whatever organization we're doing. Because, she's very calm and she's a very reasonable person. And I think it'd be very great for, this organization in particular.
Hi, Donnie. Is it Donnie?
Dooney? I don't know.
It's Dooney.
Dooney.
Okay, girl. I'm so sorry. I hate butchering people's names.
Oh, you're good. No worries.
Hey, I'm very good. Yeah.
Good. Thank you guys for opening up this room. I know it gets a lot since, you know, the whole ethnic issues and stuff.
MS, do you want to talk on StreamYard? MS, do you want to talk on StreamYard? Sorry, just real quick. Because of I got this guy on StreamYard. You want to talk to her?
Yeah, sure.
You want to talk on StreamYard?
What's StreamYard?
It's like I'm live on YouTube too. And I have a Somali ethnic Somali who's like asking me if you want to talk to him on StreamYard.
Yeah, sure.
You don't have to show your face, and he doesn't show his face either. So it's just it's on you. It's your choice. It's your option. You do not have to say yes though. Like, but it has to be a respectful conversation, of course.
Yeah, can I do like a time where like I'm prepared for it? Because right now, like, you know.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, she said like she said that when she's more prepared. Not right now. Good. I figured that's what was going to be the answer. Good. Duni, sorry. I also wanted to ask you about your ethnic group in Ethiopia because of I've heard about them, but I didn't know about like what I saw on your page. That's the first time I actually knew like something was going on. Like and I just wanted to know a little bit more about that. If you don't mind. Sorry.
Yeah, no, sure. So I identify as Garage, which is in central Ethiopia, but a little bit south from Addis Ababa, which is the capital of Ethiopia. And we're a very small population. Like altogether, there's like 9 million Garages, but we're all like spread out. So, but there's like 1 million in like the Garage zone. So that's kind of like our region. And yeah, so I was basically what I said earlier was just kind of the thing that's going on with Garages is there's like many thousands of Garages who are displaced. And Garages are like known as, you know, hardworking Ethiopians. We are very business driven. Basically, in the capital in Addis Ababa, there's a you know a marketplace called Mercato, which was very much dominated by Garages in terms of like economically and like business wise. But under TPLF rule, there was basically an exodus of Garages out of Addis Ababa, like the marketplace Mercato. Basically, TPLF was, you know, taxing Garages for the same products that Tigray people would be selling to just drive them out of business where they can't, like, you know, make a living. So there's a lot of nepotism when it comes to like TPLF and having like large sectors of business.
Yo, bro, don't go nowhere. If you want to talk to me, I don't mind.
And then you see many Garages who were literally like taken out of, you know, the business markets. And then in terms of like just the oppression that Garages have faced is that with ethnic federalism, which was mentioned a few times during our conversation. So with ethnic federalism, Ethiopia was basically divided by ethnic borders. And it originally was not like that. So originally Ethiopia had provinces that weren't, you know, ethnically based. So you would have like different ethnicities living in these different provinces. And then when TPLF came,
after this, I'm gonna end it and we could talk.
Divided these regions into, you know, on ethnic lines, which caused a lot of issues that we're seeing today. A lot of it is just like, you know, land demarcation. This is my land. This is get out of my land because you're not of this ethnicity. And with Garages, there's been a huge issue because based on kind of like the land policies that TPLF brought into the region, many of like their Garagi groups within our zones that are fighting, and many people were killed based on borders and land demarcation. So there's like over 35,000 Garagis who are displaced currently in Garagi region, Garagi zone. And this stems from ethnic federalism. The primary cause of all this ethnic issues is ethnic federalism. I think we all know that it just does not work. We're the only country that has this system right now. And the people who are proponents of ethnic federalism, honestly, are the only groups that have benefited in some way, and that's out of corruption. I'm just saying this, and this is in no way to like categorize all Tigray people in one category, but it is a known fact that a lot of, the resources of Ethiopia a lot of it went into developing Tigray region and not developing other regions in Ethiopia. This is just a known fact. And a lot of this is not addressed at all. And a lot of these ethnic minorities living in different regions where they're not, the majority, they have no voice, including Garagis. So, so that's kind of like, a little background of kind of like the issues that my people are facing.
Thank you very much. Like, I really appreciate that. I'm definitely, first of all, I have to make a video about them, and like I'm going back to making also my ethnic groups. First of all, I want to put them out there for people to know who they are, and then also I also want to further put out, because of it won't. It's not. I want to be fair. I want to be able to put out everybody's struggle out there for everybody to see, because it won't be fair if I was to put only one side and it looked like, oh, it's only one, it's only a one-sided ordeal, So I really appreciate that. That was really informative. Thank you very much.
And I would like to thank you for like making those videos, because I think it's really important that we, especially like as Africans, like understanding and learning about other, tribes in Africa, just kind of like it brings us together. So I'm glad that you highlight that on your platform. So thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, do you want to say something, Emma?
Bless.
Yeah. Hey Jay. On your Bantu content, I've noticed that you've only put one, but I just wanted to just some other things. As I already told you guys earlier, that there's 3 who are native to the land. One was brought during the trades, and everyone was labeled as ex-slaves, right? But then at the same time, last time when I asked you to do what is it called, a little shout out for them too, so people can know who they are. You only put one Bantu group. You have that for the other ones. There's 2. One is in one is in
Shabella Riva. One is by Shabella, and the other one is by. So there's 2 in Shabella land, and there's one in Juba land. In Juba, okay. Okay. I definitely had a lot of Somali Bantus comment that under the video that I made on my YouTube video as well. And that's actually why I wanted ethnic Somali and a Somali Bantu. And now it doesn't have to be one-on-one anymore. Now that we have these kind of platforms where a lot of people could talk, it's just that I don't want, there's a lot more ethnic Somali, so I don't want a situation where you guys get drowned out, or like, you see what happened today with people blocking each other and stuff. Like, it got really like real. So we have to find a way to maybe make it a one-on-one, or like we have to make strict rules. I think we have to make rules for our rooms now, like literally.
You have to make rules for everything.
I understand.
Okay. So I'll definitely make a video about that too, because of that is important to put out there. I saw that Professor Eno, the Professor Eno, he also spoke about that in that video. Nomadic, you could talk, bro.
The other thing that I wanted to say is that the only reason I'm asking you for Somali Bantus out there is because no one literally knows us.
You're correct.
versus the other group.
No, you're correct. You're correct.
That's why, like, yeah, that's why, like, I'm keep pushing, I'm keep asking, like, to literally, point it out there, like, different type of Bantu, so people at least can notice. After people notice and know that how diverse Somali is, then you can, as a group, put it together if you wish.
Okay.
So right now, like, no one, barely anyone knows this.
Okay. I'll make it happen. That
But,
I'll make it
the
happen.
thing you can do is you can just, what is it called? You can search it on, what is it called? You can search on Google or YouTube, or I can just send you different pictures of Bantus if you wish. By the way, I'm Shidle. You can search, the name Shidle is SHIIDLE.
Mm-hmm.
You can search it on YouTube. Write Basha Shidle, BESHA, and then
Write it all.
down the name.
Write it all to me in the DMs on Instagram. I'll check it. I got you.
Yeah. All right.
That'd be nice.
Oh, thank you, Jenny, so much for sharing. About your ethnic group. I didn't know. Thank you guys for sharing your stories. And I think the one thing that keeps coming up for me is that we as Africans we can be proud of our ethnic groups, but like we don't have to die on that field. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like people, if like me, I'm Tutsi, everything that Tutsis do is perfect. And I feel like we lack like critical thinking when it comes to our own people. And I understand why, because the way we look at our culture, the way we look at our elders, we revere them and we don't question them, and we just take what they're telling us as Bible, and we take what they're saying as this is how things have to be. And I feel like, especially as the younger generation, we have to use a lot of like critical thinking and be like, do I agree with everything that's going on? I personally, as I said, my dad has been in the government and all of that, but I still don't agree with everything. Even with him, I don't look at politics the way he does, and that's okay, you know what I mean? And that's the only way we're able to correct ourselves, because nobody is perfect. But as Africans in general, because like if you look at what happened in Rwanda, what's happening in Nigeria, Ethiopia, Somalia, it's just people choosing
same
to die.
Shit everywhere.
What I mean,
we all doing the same shit in Africa.
I mean, the people that are committing these crimes, they're choosing to literally die by their ethnic group. And just do stuff just because they're told that these people are bad, you know what I mean? Or told that, they're less than.
They're below.
Like we as the younger generation, we have to really press on learning and understanding the true reality of our ancestors, and also seeing them as just people.
They're just humans.
And understanding that I can be Rwandese and you can be Somali and Ethiopian, love our people and still see their wrongdoing. I actually love that, and I agree with you, because I don't know. So for me, I'm Muslim, right? And so in my belief, this is what we think. Like how the sun does not stay forever, and how the moon does not stay night forever, right? So right now, if we just like turn a blind eye, or like if people just take like that with their ethnic groups and be like, yeah, they are less of a human. Tomorrow is going to be your turn to cry. That's just the reality. We've seen it, Today, yes, you're the big man, you're doing all kinds of things, but tomorrow you're not always going to be a big man. So what's the point of doing all these corruptions, killing all these killing? When you do this, all these killing and all of this injustice, discrimination, you're just causing a lot of division, and you're literally putting people's heart hatred. People, you see, some people, when people want to take revenge, it's not because they want to take. It's not because people wake up every single day thinking about, oh, I want to, like take a revenge on this person. No, people actually tend to take revenge because you hurt them in the past. The only way to prevent that is for people to come together and stop whatever that they're doing to people. Because sometimes when
Nomadic, you can speak if you want. I can even turn it on. She would hear and talk through this maybe.
Segregation, they're going to be so fed up, and
She
there's
probably
going to
would.
be a whole genocide. People are going
I
to
don't
start
know.
killing each other, and we've seen it. For example, let me give you an example for African Americans. They've been oppressed for how many years? 400 years. What happened to them? They fought it back because they had enough. Another example, in Rwanda, what happened? People had enough. They fought back. We've seen a lot of this happening in so many parts of Africa and so many parts of other countries. But at the same time, we are not taking as a lesson from all those things that are happening. People are taking advantage of it, thinking that, oh, I am a majority. How do you know you're the majority if the country was never counted like that? How do you know? You don't
Oh
know anything.
God, she's going. Oh, there's no other. I don't want this to go. I don't. I need ethnic Somali there talking, especially when I have ethnic Somali right here. Yo, bro, unmute yourself
At the end of the day, everyone has their time.
and answer,
Everyone has their turn.
because it won't be fair.
Today, if you step on your brother,
I,
and you
like,
laugh at your brother's pain,
I understand her
tomorrow
pain
your
though,
brother's
but
gonna laugh at
like
your pain.
I definitely
And he's
need
gonna step
to
all
for it
over you,
to be
because that
fair.
is
So if you want
the
to
hate
answer
that
or
you
respond, you can, and I'll open both. I'll open the road.
Amen. I believe that.
Yeah, yeah. That I yeah, like man, I could hear it. Like I could hear the yeah, man. This is a lot of frustration. I know it's yeah, it's a lot of frustration, and that's why we need to find middle ground some kind of way. We have to, cause this yeah, we just have to find middle ground. We have to find a way to all be one people and happy. Cause man, I would hate for anybody to go through, like, because of you, as you brought up Rwanda, it made me feel a way because of like Rwanda situation, man. Like, even though maybe like, from one point it was a tipping point or whatever, it was brutal, man. It's like it's kind of nah, man. That's this is not what we want as a people. It's too much. It's not from any side, That's why, nah. I guess that's why I can't even talk, because of how I've done so much research on it. I know I haven't made a video about it, but it's just because, like, I don't want to make a video about the Rwanda situation without making, like, I want the emotion to come across. Like, anytime I make a video, I delete it, because I really feel like if I don't feel like the emotion is going to really come across to everybody on TikTok, like, I'm not going to put it out, because that shit was, yo, in 3 months, over a million people, right? Ornella, how many people? You see, like, it was a lot of people, like, and like, in
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I was going to ask, we talked about Rwanda too, and I was just wondering, like, in Nigeria, there's like ethnic conflicts as well. I'm wondering, like, what kind of similarities that you kind of see between Nigeria and Ethiopia.
Yes.
So just curious.
So yeah, so like from hearing the Ethiopian story and actually hearing your story about the Gurage people, you guys actually like specifically being the business ethnic group of your people, you guys remind me of the Igbo people of my country, right? And they are literally the exact same thing. Like, they are, but the only thing is they are one of the major groups. So we have three major groups: Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, right? The Yorubas and the Igbos are considered the South, and everybody else, let's pretty much say it like that. The Yorubas and the Igbos and everybody else are the South. The Hausas and the Fulanis are the North. And it just happens to be that the North has a bigger population than the South. And then on top of the North having a bigger population than the South, another thing that happened was that when the British were leaving Nigeria, they left the power in the hands of the North. And ever since independence, the power has always been revolving primarily around the North. Like, don't get me wrong, there's been presidents from the South here and there, but it doesn't last. Like, it always goes back to the North, and when it's in the North, it stays in the North. So similarities, I would say similarities, it's ethnic, it's ethnic, and it's one group that has been ruling for a long time. But the difference is that it's not only ethnic, there's religion mixed into it. So like the whole North is Muslim, and the South is primarily Christian. So like I think in Nigeria, a lot of times, it might even be more of a religion thing than ethnic group thing. It's an ethnic. Okay, so the northern ethnic groups are Muslim, right? So we could think about it as ethnic, but then at the same time, there's a religious element to it. It's very, very complex. The difference is that we haven't gotten to the point, or we have before. We had a civil war when the South, the Igbo people, the people that I compared to the Gurage people, decided, like, you know what, we want to leave Nigeria, like we want to make our own country, Biafra, and they decided to secede. And there was a big ass, almost 3-year war. Over 1 million people were killed. Like Nigerian government pretty much starved them. Like they cut off all their food. Yeah, all the routes that they could take food from, all the ports, they cut it off. So people were in there like starving to death. Kids were dying. Like, yo, they said that the Biafra War, the Nigerian Civil War, was the first time that the picture of the African starving kid came to Europe and the West. That was the first time. That's where it came from. Like where people have that picture of kids starving, having kwashiorkor in their stomach, being it's a protein deficiency, like carbohydrate deficiency, and then they have too much proteins, but like they looking malformed and being really skinny. Like that's where all those pictures actually started from. Like it was from that era, and I think it was between 1963 to 67. That's when it happened. And yo, a lot of people died, a lot of people suffered, and since then we've been trying to be one Nigeria, but like a lot of people now again are starting again. Like the South, the Igbo people, they want to secede again. Like every day they're having meetings online on YouTube. They're talking about how they want to leave. Now the Yoruba people too want to have their own country. Every day you see videos of them talking about, yeah, Nigeria is over, Nigeria is dead. So at this point, Nigeria just seems to be like a ticking time bomb. I feel like for Ethiopia, you guys have kind of been lit and kind of exploded a little bit. Like we have our little killings, but we're getting to that point where it could now become a mass thing, right? Finally, the last thing I'll say is that because the president of our country is Fulani, a lot of people are saying, and I want to sound neutral but I'll say I have to be honest here. Like I kind of have seen myself. He kind of stays with the Fulani. He's still his people. So like, and you see Fulani people, maybe for example, the herdsmen go around and kill this number of people, right? And when it's time for him to speak, he would tell Nigerian people, please relax. Please, like, these guys are bandits, right? They don't call them terrorists, they call them bandits or whatever. But like when the southern people start attacking the Fulanis that attack them, he sends the military to go kill them. So a lot of us sit in awe because we're like, bro, you're killing these people, but you're letting these people walk. So you're letting your own people walk, but then you killing these people from here. I can't say they're my people because I'm not Igbo, but like they're from the South. So we kind of all from the South kind of feel like you're killing Southern people. So like, what are you doing? That kind of thing. But when it comes down to it, like it's different perspectives, right? Like different people see it in different ways. Like I also look at it like it's not all Fulanis that's doing this shit. That's the thing. Like if you were to ask Nigerians, your average Nigerian, you would see like it's not all Fulanis that's causing any, like that's that. And that's why tomorrow I want us to have the conversation with Fulanis, Nigerians, all of us, to just show like, especially us, the young generation. That's why I saw how like what do you call it? How passionate like a lot of Ethiopian kids kids, because of our age that came, like we're getting really passionate about it. Things that happened 100 years ago. It's like we have to start looking at it ourselves like, we're young. We're just like Ornella said, we're a new generation, and we literally have to love each other. Like if we think differently, like these older people, when they get out of office, because they're gonna die someday. That's just the truth. When they get out of office, if we're not perpetuating what they're perpetuating, we don't have the same ideologies that they have, shit will run smoothly, But if we keep like following stuff that happened in the past and listening to certain like propaganda and ideology, man, the hate is just gonna keep going, man. because I made that video about about Tigray people, and yo, a lot of people saying that's what they deserve. You know how much what they were doing to us over 30 years. And honestly speaking, I know what TPLF was doing to y'all over 30 years. And I know a lot of people told me, oh, the Tigray people were fine with it when the TPLF was leading. So why should we care now? And I totally understand that, but the humanity side of us has to come out. You feel me? Like, we have to like realize it's still like innocent people, right? And I know it's kind of messed up, right? It's kind of messed up that somebody would just be sitting down and enjoying when you're suffering or whatever. But like, we could kind of try to think about it in the sense of like, they probably couldn't, like, they were enjoying, right? But like, I feel like humans, man, it's very complex. I can't say like we all would be enjoying, because of I wouldn't want to say I would. I would want to say like, oh yeah, I'll protest and say, yo, government, treat all of us fair. But till we're put in that situation, so long as they are not in TPLF and they are not one of the soldiers of TPLF, like, I feel like they should not like be getting killed off, you know. And that's pretty much it, man. And I also hope Nigeria we're also able to get our shit together, because if we don't, I see everything that's happening in Ethiopia right now, and our shit is gonna be bad. Our shit will be horrible, like real bad.
Thank you for sharing that part. And also, what I want to say is that I did my little research about Nigeria, and I only know some of the things that's happening. And the other thing I can see on the aspects where you said that the president himself is not really, like speaking on what needs to be spoken about.
Bro, come on live.
Okay, so like some of the people that are from the South that are in America, I've seen lots of them that have good business, lots of them with good platform, just lots of amazing things I've seen because I've been doing my research and all that stuff. What you guys can do is you guys can literally talk about it and do like a little what is it called, funds or whatever you can just to help your people. Because if the president is not doing anything, then sometimes you have to step out of your shoes and say, "Now get off," you know. Or else
Our president kills us. Yeah, he kills us. I'm laughing, but it's not funny. But he literally kills us though. You saw the NSARS protest, right? Ornella? Yeah. You saw the NSARS protest, right?
Yeah, I saw that part too. Okay, so if he literally kills you guys, then why don't you guys expose him?
See, it's very complex. I'm also. Yeah, we'll talk about it though. It's very complex. Ornella, what's that noise? There's like a shh noise. Yeah. Somebody wrote something on my YouTube live. They said, "Liar, Isaiah is the best TPLF are liars. Why don't you talk about TPLF lies? Sebhat nigga should be thrown overboard a warship." Yeah, that's what somebody wrote. I told them if they want to come on the live and speak, like they could definitely come and speak. Yeah, you see, like this is like even the leader of what you call it, the leader of Eritrea. It seems like he has a whole hand in what's going on. Like, of course, like we already heard what was happening with him, but like, man.
Honestly,
PC,
can I give you another advice, JB?
Talk to me.
Since I know the whole president is against your people, and plus he said that the north side is a big population and the south is a small, and plus you guys are two different regions. That being said, why don't you guys move smart? You guys can literally collaborate with other countries. If the president himself is not doing anything, and half of his people, like majority of his people, agree with it, you guys really need to wake the fuck up and literally, you know, like.
Yo, that was the NSARS movement. That was the NSARS movement, and that's you saw he killed people. Like he had the army shoot people.
I understand. How about this? Instead of a movement, why don't you guys just contact other leaders?
See, like I have an answer for that, right? And I feel like if I wasn't on YouTube Live, I probably would say it because actually, you know what? Listen, Nigeria is not working alone. Okay, Nigeria is an oil state. There's countries that are taking oil from Nigeria. Let's just put it like that. Those countries are fine with where Nigeria is right now because they're able to take their oil freely. Imagine if the South was to leave. That's where all the oil is. I'm from the South. That's literally where my people are, is where all the oil in Nigeria, most of it is at. Not all, but most of it is where my area. Now, if we leave and say we are a different country, of course we're gonna say, yo, we have more control over our oil. Like, and we're gonna tell the people the Europeans and Shell and all these companies, like, yo, like, listen, you're gonna have to pay more, and you're not gonna be polluting our areas, and you're not gonna be doing this and that. But the people from the north, they don't live where we live in the south, so they don't care. They're getting their money, their leaders, they're good or whatever. So they're not even worried about us in the south in that sense, right? And it just works out for them. Like they have good deals with the Europeans, so the Europeans are not going to come and tell them, yo, stop killing them, or telling the president stop. If he's doing what the European already wants, he's making money off of that. That's why for Nigeria, it's a very, very weird situation. Like it's a very weird situation. Like it's very, very weird because there's a lot of messed up shit happening. But if you notice, no U.S. military has come to fight Boko Haram for how long? Right? No U.S. military, no British military, no anything, right? They go to Syria though, right? They go to Syria to fight ISIS. They go to Iraq to fight ISIS. But when it comes to Nigeria, they hear about Boko Haram. Like yo, I'm gonna tell you this, right? A video just came out today that showed Boko Haram. They have these rocket launches now that, like, the ones that you have in a war, where you could target a plane in the air and you don't have to aim. You just it knows, you know, the ones that are automatic. So you just press the button and it goes straight to that. Like they have advanced weapons. So it's like I think they were trying to change their name to even ISIS of West Africa. So they're getting weapons from ISIS, and they're very advanced weapons now. So the Nigerian government knows all these things, but like even when the shit happens in the news, they don't say that it's Boko Haram that did it. Now they will say, oh, it's just a plane crash. They'll literally say, and then Boko Haram are the ones who released the video to show, nah, it wasn't no plane crash. Yeah, I knew it was us, but let's show you that it's us. You know, it's all over online too. You could check it out. It's very brutal too.
Isn't Boko Haram in Kenya as well?
No, it's Al Shabaab, right?
No, Al Shabaab's in Somalia, not Kenya.
Don't they have another name for?
Al Shabaab is in both Kenya and Somalia. Yeah, Boko Haram is in the west.
Yeah.
The East Africa is Al Shabaab.
That's crazy. I know it's not as much as Kenya because not a lot of bombs happen there, does it?
Stuff happens in Kenya though. There was a time not as much. You're correct, but they've definitely done stuff. Like I remember when they went to the mall, and they would shoot. Yeah, but definitely not as much as Somalia for sure.
Honestly, in my point of view, the only reason to stop evil leaders or anyone that's with them that wants to screw things up, the only thing we can do at the moment is we can raise as much as awareness, and the other thing we can do is we can literally get in touch with leaders that are good leaders that want a good continent. Like we can literally try our best.
They are spreading. Oh, matter of fact, let me put it up for people to see. They're spreading a lot of lies. You need to sort out what's true and what's false. Also, what did I'm not talking about Tigray. I'm talking about Nigeria. Let me see. I mean, why did Tigray shoot rockets at Eritrea? Oh, interesting. I read that Tigray shot rockets at Eritrea. We will allow Tigray to join Eritrea if they stop spreading lies about us and leave their government behind. It will also benefit us because we will have more of a workforce as well as soldiers. I have a question for you. I heard that your president is Tigray. He's from Ethiopia. Is that true? Is the Eritrean president from Ethiopia? Or it doesn't even matter because you guys are one people?
Sorry, I wanted to say that it's easier said than done. Like,
yeah,
look at what's been happening in Nigeria. It's not just like, I think sometimes we think that just because you don't see things on social media, it's not happening. Like there have been movements like in Nigeria, things have been changing, but like the problem is that the corruption and the greed is so like it's so deep that like you can't just change it just because people want it to change. Like
he's not from Ethiopia. Okay, he's from Eritrea. Yeah, I heard that today. I heard that he's from. Man, I would like to talk to an Eritrean about this, man. From your perspective, for sure. Like because. He may have a little Ethiopian in him though, because some of his family is mixed. I see. Are Eritrean soldiers killing Tigrayan people right now? Can you answer that?
I feel like it's the same thing that happens in my country. Yes, my country has had a lot of growth in the last 20 years, but there's so many things that are not going well, and also because people in Rwanda have like we faced the devil. If sort of think like we've seen the ugliness of how ugly people can get and how cruel and inhumane people can get. So Rwandans are so worried about just not taking things there again, that they're ready to take any shit. And the president that is like literally, if you look at international articles that have been made about him, he's been accused of war crimes. He is the one that
Kagame,
is
right?
behind the 6 million people. Yeah, Kagame, the 6 million people that have died in Congo. He plays a very big role in that.
We're gonna do one. We're gonna have to do Rwanda, Congo.
I don't know, over 6 million in Congo have died in the last 20 years, and it's a lot. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot, and we have to. It's easier said than done, because I think we're gonna have. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to see a lot of people die before we actually make like a real change, which is horrible. And I hate to say it. And also, Jay, you touched on something earlier about if, like, how would you react if you saw, like, as people, like, the some of the Oromos that say stuff like that's what you get for doing what you've done as the Tigray people. Me, as a person who is personally, like, a descendant of, like, survivors, literally my mom and my dad survived the genocide. So, as a descendant, I'm telling you, like, I wouldn't wish it on the people who killed my people. I wouldn't, because I've, like, 20-something years later, 27 now, 27 years later, we still haven't, like, come out of it. We make it look like we have a lot of growth, but there's still, like, deep-seated issues that, I'm not gonna lie, when I look at my country, it's also a ticking time bomb. Like,
bruh.
And it breaks my heart to say
Africa's
that, like,
ticking
there's going
time
to be
bomb.
another war before things actually get better. And you know what I mean?
Jeez,
and a lot of people out of Rwanda don't see it, but like the reality, like things that have gone around, politicians being that, like my mom is very kind of invested in it, and she follows it. Like, bro, the way things are looking, and it's not even like 10 years to come. I think it's very close. Like a few years from now, it might be even next. Like it's so bad, but like our culture is very hush hush, and we know how to make we know how to dress up, little rush it and make it look like gold. But things are going to get worse before they get better.
Bro,
And because as Africans,
conflict everywhere, son.
we have
It's just,
to learn to actually fight for people
how
in
can
the
we,
right way.
how can we just do good for each other?
Our own president has said he has said people like in the early 2000s to say that he found
They're
the country in like broken.
No, Eritreans are killing Tigrayans. They are inspecting the situation, and they were in the region observing only Ethiopian soldiers were doing that. The soldiers I saw doing it were definitely Ethiopian, but let me see. Eritrean soldiers were definitely in that region, but definitely not committing war crimes. There are very horrible punishment in the Eritrean military for committing any war crimes.
You know what I mean? And that's a man with a Nobel Peace Prize. So like,
bro, every country has consequences for committing war crime, but I'll say this, like, they still do. Because I'm pretty sure Ethiopia has laws about war crimes, but they're doing it. So I wouldn't necessarily say because of a country has laws about war crime that they're not doing it. It's possible, bro. You know, war is war, man. People, like, that's the thing about war. When war starts, anything happen. Look at what they did to the Ogaden region. I watching the video what they were doing to women there. I felt like crying, bro. This is not Eritreans, of course. This is Ethiopian army. But y'all, they were violating. They were violating young Somali girls. This shit was driving me crazy. But they said this is what war is about. This is not. That's why we cannot have war in Africa. This is evil.
It's injustice. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not fair. And we as people have to just be like,
no.
Wrong is wrong.
Yo, your name is J07. Just it kind of reminds me of me.
Brother, whether it's your friend, wrong is wrong. And that, I think that's like that's the first step we all have to take. Because I've heard when we had this conversation, I heard a lot of like blame sharing, like everybody was blaming the other person. But the truth is, Amhara people are dying and Tigray people are dying. What do we do? You know what
Oromo
I mean?
people are dying. Gurage people are dying. Yo.
Yeah, like, what do we do to stop this? As you said, over 75,000 people being misplaced is horrible. So, you know what I mean? What do we do to move forward? And I don't know. Sometimes it makes me feel a bit helpless, but let me not ramble on.
Nah, I'm with you on that, man. Sometimes it just makes you feel, it's like, what? Like, I wish we had the power to just change it. Like, just change, man. Like, stop. But it's like, you know, I guess one mind at a time, and just even letting people know about it and having conversations about it, and at least trying to show people that, like, we can have different ethnic groups and still, like, have empathy for each other and love each other. It's the start, right? And hopefully, like, our platform just grows bigger and bigger, and more people just come on board. Like that Mohammed guy, I really liked his energy. A lot of them, I definitely understood the passion as well, though. Like, you know, I really liked it too. Like, people passionate about their people and they want to talk, and that was good as well. But, you know, when Mohammed started coming up with ideas like coalition and stuff like that, I was like, yo. And also that girl that was asking you, like, as a Rwandese, like, how could we use you as an example? Or even Dooney asking me what similarities, like stuff like that. I feel like if we share with each other, it helps. Like, I'll give a good example. Just like Ornella said, my father was in the Biafra War as a child. So, like, he's traumatized by it. Like, my father is somebody who he does not think of war. It's not happening. He does not deal with it. He does not want it. It's like he doesn't care. Like, they'll just deal with whatever's happening because they remember the suffering and the evil that was happening then. And if it's only for you to go through war, then you understand. Like, I had to actually sit down and think about this because I was also very militant in my mind. Like, oh, you know what? I don't care. Like, we let's get it popping, you know? But it's like, yo, no, it's not that easy. You're not just going to get it. No, you know how many millions of people or thousands of people are going to lose their life before you get it popping? And then even at that point, you're not getting it popping. If anything, everything will be destroyed. You're going to build from the bottom, and you're not going to feel good. You're going to be traumatized. Like, look at what you're saying. Like, even till now, you guys are not fully healed because it doesn't take 27 years to heal from a war. Like, think about South Sudan and Sudan. Probably they're not fully healed from the war that they were having, or even Somalia. It's like you see, like it's oh nah, son, this shit is yeah, man, it's too deep. It's too deep, son.
It was 2 months ago or like 3 months ago. I'm not really sure, but my dad was showing me a
If
video
Eritrea
where
wanted to beat
this
Tigray, they would have destroyed the whole region.
writer,
Makes sense.
he's upper class basically. You guys know what I mean, right? When I say upper
After all,
class, people that
Eritrea,
are in power, right? So basically, he's from the upper class, and he was talking
military
about
drones,
how
huh?
Africa's population increased and how that
These
there
are
should be
sensitive
people,
advanced
who,
anti-surveillance
like
weapons to
how
Ethiopia.
population
Oh
should
shit!
decrease.
That gang has
And
advanced
all of
weapons.
this killing actually just got into my mind. I'll send it to you, Jay, later. I'm gonna ask my dad to send me the video, but yes, it just got me
Man,
at the spot right now at this point.
yeah, man. And I'm also scared for Ethiopia because of last night. Like I was studying and I saw a video pop up. Like I already knew there's like a problem. So basically, what's happening in Ethiopia is like they're doing something that's awesome. I don't know. I'm on Ethiopia's side in this situation, but I'm nobody. Don't like whatever. But like basically, Sudan is supporting Ethiopia, okay? Because Sudan is waiting for Ethiopia to make the dam. Oh look, Sudan now is starting to flip, but like they're trying to flip because they're getting pressured by Egypt. But basically, Ethiopia is making a dam that is going to be really big, right? And they're using the Nile River, the Blue Nile, to make this dam. This dam is going to give them the ability to have electricity in the whole country, like literally surplus electricity that they're going to be sharing with Sudan and Uganda, and I think like any country around that area in East Africa, they're going to be sharing it with any countries that are energy deficient. Sudan is one of the countries that are energy deficient, and they also were looking forward to Ethiopia making this dam. But now Egypt is looking at it like, oh no, the Nile River is for us. Historically, it's been for us. We're using a treaty that was signed in 1929 to tell you that you have to follow our rules if you're going to make this dam. We want you to so Ethiopia is like, we're going to fill up the dam in 4 to 7 years. And Egypt is now saying, no, you're not going to fill it up in 4 to 7 years. You're going to fill it up in 21 years. 21 years? So we have to wait 21 years to be able to have electricity in all over our country after we spent how many billion, over $3 billion or $4.3 billion to build this dam. Like, I understand where Ethiopia is coming from, where it's like, yo, we're doing something that is like doesn't affect you really, because at the end of the day, they've done math. They've shown like, if anything, it's even going to benefit. It's going to benefit Egypt because first of all, they could fill up the dam in 2 years if they wanted to, and then they'll take so much water away from Nile River. But they're doing it in 4 to 7 years so that the water will still be enough for everybody. That's number one. And number two, it's like you cannot come and just tell somebody that they can't do projects on their country. That's not how geopolitics works. You can't do that. And you cannot use a 1929 bill that only puts Sudan. First of all, it's not even fair to Sudan. How do you give? Exactly. Like an old ass treaty. They gave Egypt like 60 to 70% of the Nile River, then gave Sudan like 18%. Like what? And then you didn't put Ethiopia, that the blue side of the Nile, the biggest part of the Nile runs out of Ethiopia. Say that again. What?
Starts from Ethiopia. So they're telling Ethiopia to not use their own resources to produce electric power for their country, where many people live without electricity in Ethiopia. This could be a life-saving.
Why are they using Sudan? Sudan just got out of a war. Why are they using Sudan? country that's just building back up. Why are you using them for war? This shit does not. Look, Egypt, man, they're acting like Europe. It's crazy.
They've had ties with TPLF too. They have ties with like other, like foreign powers to like that aren't, allies to Ethiopia. Even with Sudan right now, the reason why Sudan flip flops is because they're basically controlled by Egypt too. So even Sudan took the opportunity.
Egypt is getting me mad right now.
Take Ethiopian land and
the dam's already finished. Exactly.
Sudanese. So they were invading, and they were.
Yo, the dam's already finished. They already even putting water in it. But yesterday, they Egypt just new threat. That's what new threat. Like now it's like, oh, we're going physical. So everybody's scared about it. That's why I came on the news again.
So this is all.
Well, Ethiopia is not scared. Fuck that.
Not stable, so that they've already threatened. No, they're going to destroy the dam. Like, you know what I mean? So they came out and said all this, but then they turn around and say, well, we're going to, exhaust all, diplomatic, conversations, blah, 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 this and that. But then they'll add a threat here and there. So, and I'm thinking, even with these threats, nothing's going to come of it because, given the situation in Ethiopia right now, the international community would obviously be against Egypt. Like, you would have war in a war-torn country at the moment. So, like, I know it's a win for them.
That's dirty. That's what I'm saying. It's dirty, man. It's a dirty move.
It is. Yeah, dirty. And the thing is like all this instability didn't come just now. You know what I mean? They've been doing this indirectly. They've been funding. They've been arming rebel groups. They're connected with a lot of these rebel groups that are terrorizing people in Ethiopia right now. So everything that is happening right now, I wouldn't take Egypt out of the equation. I say this is TPLF, this TPLF, Egypt, that, and this, but they definitely do work with TPLF too. So to destabilize the country. So there's a lot of context,
That makes that would make a lot of sense. One of the people on YouTube said Egypt sent $80 million to Sudan to fight Ethiopia in a proxy war. My question is, why are they doing that to Sudan? Sudan just got out of a war. Why are you doing that to them? Can you leave? Why is Africa doing this, man? Leave them alone.
They're very close relationship to
Egypt.
Bro, in my opinion,
Egypt, there's a alliance.
Oh God.
In my opinion, if we want Africa to be stable, if we want changes, we too have to play dirty. We have to play dirty as fuck. We have to be cruel just like them. Like, we have to be like literally, we have to be fucking dirty as fuck as well. Because right now, peaceful protests, understanding, it's not working that much, with other groups. And the other thing is, we need to make it known to every single black person, okay? Every single that's black, identifies as black, that's African, that isn't Arab, that isn't white. They need to understand that other race hates your guts.
No.
Rather you have a pointy nose or a flat nose, rather you have a curly hair,
No.
or you're still black as fuck.
Oh God.
Other race don't want you. They don't like you. We need to put that shit through our heads. We need to understand that.
She's crazy.
That's the number one.
She's crazy.
Understand that. Then we can literally come together and have a little chit chat.
Israeli commandos. Oh, so that's good. If Israel got their back.
I'm this and that. That's not going to do anything for us. Yes, you might think that you're the shit to go to the Middle East today, you're going to be treated as shit and you're going to be called a abid, a slave. If you were to come to the white man's country, what is he going to say? He's going to call you a Negro. Okay? The white man, the Arab man, other race, they love to sweet talk to you. Why? Because when you're in your country, they want you guys to think that you guys are better than one another. So there's no such thing called unity between you guys. And you guys are not even getting any of that shit. You guys are so busy fighting one another, literally thinking that you're better than someone just because your nose is pointy, just because you have a nose curly.
She's traumatized. I feel bad for her. She's traumatized.
I agree 100%, and I think as Africans we do have to wake up and
the girl who's going off.
But at the same time, like when you look at
Yeah, she's Somali. The one who sang the like, who's saying the wild stuff. Yeah, but like I respect it though. Like she's been through a lot of stuff, so
they don't.
I respect everybody's opinion.
MS is saying, is like there is that level of anti-blackness. They don't care that Sudanese lives are going to be lost. They don't care that Sudan just got out
Doug's history is here.
Of a war that took millions of lives. You know what I mean? They don't care. So I think, as you say, we have to. And I was talking to somebody a few days ago.
No, but Israel is. Let me say this, right?
As black people,
as Africans, nobody will help you for free. China is not in Africa for free. So is Israel not going to be helping Ethiopia? Nothing is free on in this earth. That I could guarantee you. Nothing.
Around the world, whether it's in the West, whether it's in Africa, is at stake. So whatever nose I might have, whatever skin complexion I might have, it doesn't.
I'm not gonna lie. TPLF. They gotta go. It's just not the people of Tigray. TPLF could go. They could go. 30 years oppressing every single ethnic group. Okay, but the Tigray people, that's my own issue. You understand what I mean, brother? Like the Tigray people, the people who were innocent civilians, nah. Anybody who's fighting war for TPLF, calling TPLF the TPLF, if anything happened, I don't care. I don't care.
Which is in anti-blackness.
Because for them to go back to the TPLF region, still trying to fight wars there, the TPLF people, they could go. That's war. But the innocent civilians is the people that killed my heart. They were not crying when they were killing people. Yo! And they were destroying women in the Ogaden region. That shit fucked me up. I watched some videos about it. It messed me up.
Nigerians, they're evil, they're Europe.
It messed me up.
The moment they get out of Nigeria, Nigerians here in the UK, like they don't care about that. Like they work together, you know what I mean? And even us as Africans, once we come here, we try to work together. So I feel like we need to do that back home as well, because not only we're talking about the Egyptians, we're talking about this and that. We have the Chinese that are coming for us as well. So
facts.
Is at stake, and that's it, period. So whatever it is that differences we might have right now, we need to put it on the side. And once we're in a position where it's not life or death, then we can talk about who has the better, a better hair type or whatever. But right now, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you're gonna die with your type 3, type 4, type whatever.
Amen.
You're still gonna die,
That's a fact. Like that's 100% true.
I actually like how you said the Afro Sudans, meaning that the half breeds, and saying that the other Sudans who are full breeds are treated the same by the Arabs. That's actually pretty true, because so what I'm saying, all over from Africa.
Hold on. Yeah.
They're seen the same by the Arabs. I actually like that statement where you put that. Okay, so I've seen a lot of things so far, because when we look at Africa, we only see difference between each other, but to other people, to other race, they'll all see us the same. How come we haven't figured that out?
We're starting to, but I think a lot of us have now, like most definitely, like a lot of us have. Can I
just, sorry, Jay, can I just ask, what do you mean, why we haven't figured it out? What are you asking exactly? I want to understand.
Okay, so basically what I'm asking is that, okay, so like when it comes to individuals, just like black people, we think one another, we're different from each other based on our looks or skin tone or anything, but then at the end of the
Ethiopia
day,
and Eritrea
we're all
friends.
black, right? We're all Africans, right?
Are they?
But then when it comes to the other
the
race,
Eritrean president,
they don't see, you know, like the fact that
I like
they
that.
don't see what we see. Like they don't even care about anything. All they see, they think we're below them. They just see black people in general. That's all they see. And they treat all of us the same. But then when it's beneficial to them, what they try to do is they try to tell you, oh, no, you're different than your brother. Oh, no, you're different from your sister. You know, you're better than her or you're more superior than her. You know, do this and do that. But then deep down, they see you all the same. And they know that all of us connect to each other because at the end of the day, we're all black. But then it's just that as Africans, let's just be real. It's just that as black people who are having a hard time understanding how other races view us.
I can also tell you why there's
Chinese, Arabs,
special forces in Djibouti. You're talking about the
just
Chinese special forces in Djibouti? Tell me.
I'm sorry to say this, but that's what they all think of us. And we've seen it. Have you seen how some of the agents used to treat black people before, you know, like the discrimination happened so far? Have you seen how white people treated black people? Have you seen how Arab people treated black people? When it's beneficial, they want to bring you closer to them. But when it's not beneficial, they're going to step all over you. So why can't we just, for once, put our ethnic difference or whatever group we might be aside, and why can't we just stick together as one? Just for once, why can't we just be as one race like other race that stick with each other? Why can't we just be like that? Is what I'm trying to understand.
I think left to the people. If it was left to the people, I think most people feel the same way. But the issue is there's political elites who are always trying to politicize different situations or push different agendas, which stop us from being able to achieve that. And at the same time, whenever someone stands up in strong support of sort of Pan-Africanism or African nationalism, we see that all of a sudden they mysteriously die.
Yes.
You don't even have to look that far back to see it.
Tanzania.
Even just looking at John Magufuli.
Yeah, I just said it.
He was a man who sort of transformed Tanzania in a lot of ways.
See that?
And really, I'm not saying he was a perfect man, but he was very good for his country in most ways, and he made a lot of changes which put the needs and interests of all Tanzanians before, and sort of prevented exploitation by the West. So yeah, and at the same time, we've got, as well as things like that, we've got external actors who are always stirring these conflicts.
Wow, these that makes sense.
So we can say, for example, Egypt, in the case of the
American, French, Italian, that makes a lot of sense.
And look at what the West does.
But that means even America could hurt him.
When the West tries to split countries, divide countries.
Let me play that up for people to read.
In Somalia, or even outside of Africa, in Iraq, Syria, Libya, and so on. Or Libya's in Africa, but you know what I mean. So I mean, there's all these external actors who are working to keep Africa down, but people don't wake up because the political elites just don't allow it. Really, in my opinion.
I agree.
I agree as well, and I think it sounds like all of us do live in the West. So I mean, UK, Europe, and America.
Oh, you don't like him?
I know, like when you think.
Why not? Why don't they like him? Why don't they like Eritrea? Interesting. They like, this is some Everybody just hate each other in Africa.
It wasn't just mostly the white people. It was usually like the next black person or the next black kid calling you, out of your name because you're darker than them. And the thing is like the same way
Border issues.
Grew up in a racist society. We also grew up in those societies that really kind of like deeply condition us.
Oh wow, they had a 3-day war.
So if we have one tiny little thing that we think is better, like, whether it's, as you say, skin color, features, or whatever, that one little thing that
There's no Wi-Fi in Eritrea?
person, we're going to use it. And that happens in
Wow, I didn't know that.
which, like, before I never used to understand how we can bring, like, talk about white supremacy in terms of Africa, where almost everybody.
I didn't know there's no Wi-Fi.
Still the same conditioning that we've been put through to
You don't think?
to make us
Wow,
believe that,
this
because
is
of
deep.
this and that, or I'm lighter, they're darker, or a certain feature is going to make me better than, because we've been stripped away from everything. Just as how African Americans talk about generational trauma, we also have been colonized in our own homes. But we've been colonized and violated to like so much that we haven't even begun to understand how bad it is. So I think what's important, even in our circles, we just have to make sure like we educate one another. If you hear somebody saying, colorist stuff, if you hear people saying those like picturist stuff, talking about, my nose is better than that, next to, like, even in your day-to-day life, correct as a, black people that it can be a small thing, but like that small thing is what creates a chain reaction. As we're saying, MS was able to
High government officials.
contact
Only
Jay, and from there,
80,000
then we started
people
learning
have
more about
Wi-Fi in
Somali
Eritrea out of 7
Bantus,
million.
and then we
Wow,
were able to kind of understand
that's pretty much nobody has Wi-Fi.
And I feel like even with what's happening with Ethiopia, we're able to see.
I didn't know that.
TikTok, and then it opens up our minds. I think we have to start to unlearn the bullshit that we've been fed for so long, and also make sure that the people around us are also doing the same. So we're teaching our friends, we're teaching our younger siblings, and we're even correcting our elders. Like, there are things that I don't let my aunties and uncles and mom, like the things I don't let them say anymore. I'm like, you can't say that because A, B, C, and D, and like, we have to practice, how we say, when you know better, you do better, but we have to do that in every aspect of our lives, and make sure that, and if people don't want to change, it's okay to cut people off instead of like having, because then they understand that it's a problem, instead of having to always have to excuse, situations. And I think like, even not even just in terms of
Eritrea is like North Korea of Africa. That makes a lot of sense.
On a social level, I think when there is a shift in the social, like sphere, like socially, when people
You're allowed to visit Eritrea freely and comfortably, unlike North Korea. Yeah, you're actually allowed to visit. Okay, not freely. Not well. You kind of, as long as you get the visa or whatever. I think they let you. Well, no, they don't let you go anywhere. I don't think Eritrea let you go anywhere either. Do they?
Awareness and creating that level of shock for people to be like, this can go on, you know what I mean? So we have to always regularly, every single day of our lives, make sure that we are doing that as well as black people to other black people, because that's the only way we will ever understand. Like, there are certain sentiments of like, picturism, even in my family, because we were persecuted for our pictures, like we kind of like think we're better than. You will hear a lot of like Tutsis say that,
people sneaking out the country. Okay.
We originate from Ethiopia, this and this, and it's true. But like, are you saying it because you want to celebrate yourself, or are you saying it to make people around you understand that you have something that's better than? Because to be honest, like, the only reason why people like put some pictures on top of
interesting,
like at a higher, like kind of like on a pedestal, is because somehow they're more they're closer to whiteness. That's literally it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's wow.
So okay. So with the Egypt, I'm sorry, with the Egypt, I think in my opinion, this is not only about water problem, but it's about the power Ethiopia will hold upon the downstream countries.
Ah.
Very true. That must be, and that to me, that must be scary for Egypt.
Wow, you just broke it down.
That's what to me. That's what it is. It's not about. It is. It's about the power that Egypt will have. That's why. I mean, the power that Ethiopia will have. That's why Egypt is so got hold at this.
What we have to remember is, next time you look at a map, next time you look at Egypt on a map, really actually look at what you can see, and it boils down to only 5% of Egypt is actually habitable. The rest of it is desert.
Mm-hmm.
And that 5%, if you look at where people live, it's all along the River Nile. So the moment anyone has control over the River Nile, that's essentially, to them, they feel like their lives are at stake.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality of the situation is the dam is for power generation, so it doesn't actually withhold water. But of course, we can't deny the fact that by the dam being there, Ethiopia will have an on-off switch on the River Nile, pretty much.
Yeah, and I think that's why Egypt is scared. It's scared that Ethiopia will have power.
Yep, because of Ethiopia will pretty much have control over how much water, like literally how much water could travel downstream to Egypt. Let's say if they want to control it and teach Egypt the lesson. Not saying that will happen, but like hypothetically, but I don't honestly. I'm still with Ethiopia, man, because like honestly, like Egypt, I understand where they're coming from, but Ethiopia has already said they're not going to be selfish about it. And I understand you've always felt like you own the Nile, but like it's not for only you. And that's my biggest gripe with this situation. Like they're acting like the whole Nile is for them alone. It's not. It's just not.
Yeah, it's not. And look at the support that Ethiopia is getting from the other countries. The only support that Egypt is getting is from Morocco. And even the Arab League doesn't want to get involved. They don't want to get. They said they're not getting involved.
They try to get Trump involved, and Ethiopia refused to go to the U.S. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Like, but I think they defunded. They stopped giving some funds to Ethiopia or something like that over that. I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, they cut some aid a while ago.
Yeah. They could keep their aid.
But I mean, the problem isn't Ethiopia using its own water. The problem is Egypt's water sources aren't diversified enough. And so they're relying completely on River Nile when they, in fact, they have a lot of groundwater, a lot of underground water storage, and they also have coastline, so they can desalinate water. Although that's more expensive, but at the same time, it's for them to diversify and secure their people, secure their water supply. It's not for Ethiopia to avoid using its own water.
In August 2020, the all Arab leagues, they supported Egypt. So I think, I don't know who said it, but Arab leagues has put their support behind Egypt in August 2020. You can go read it. They met in Cairo in August 2020, all the Arab League, and Ethiopia condemned that. Ethiopia only wants an African solution to an African problem. We've been always Pan-Africanist. We don't want to involve anybody that's not melanated. We even don't consider Northern Africans to be Africans, to be honest. They are.
But yo, I see what Ethiopia is doing because they know Africans gonna follow. They're gonna support their black people. That's how it should be, son.
They have always been
facts. That's how it should be, son.
Making us supporting fights inviting invaders. So it is a lie to say Arab, they don't support Egypt. They are supporting.
Oh, I know they are.
No, I'm not saying not only covertly, but they supporting it overtly as well. They came out and said they have give Egypt F-22 and the F-35 new jets from Dubai. So Arabs, they don't want for 100 years, Egypt did never care about Sudan. Egypt never cared about Congo. But all of a sudden, right now, Egypt is trying to cozy up to Congo. President Felix, the current African Union chair, they want to cozy up to Sudan. Once that they know that they cannot muscle any African nation anymore. Because rest in peace, Magufuli, he supported Ethiopia, Tanzania, Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, Kenya, even Eritrea and South Sudan are behind Ethiopia.
Africa, baby.
If they won't fight, Egypt's never won a fight versus us for 3,000 years. Even when it was Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, they have never won a war when they were Ottoman Empire with the Omar Pasha. They never won a war when they were the Sudanese, the Mahdi's empire. So Egypt will never win. They never won in history versus Ethiopia or any African nation. Africa will always be victorious over anybody. Colonization never killed us. Slavery never killed us. HIV produced by white men never killed us. Ebola didn't kill us. So we are here to stay. That is our water, is our resources. We're watching our brothers in Ghana control the cocoa market. In Hershey, Pennsylvania. No more chocolate in Switzerland. We're watching our brothers in Botswana controlling the diamond. I just bought a Botswana diamond in K Jewelers, which I'm happy about. So the history of Africa is changing. We are dominating the UFC. We are dominating the NBA. We'll dominate the NFL. We'll dominate the soccer. Everything. Finances. Nigerians has more wealth than Jews. In America, they dominate Ivy Leagues. So our enemies are defeated and their days are numbered. They know it. They can see it. They can smell it.
They know and they can smell it, but at the same time, that's why they're playing very dirty to take each and one of us down. In order for them to do that, is that they're gonna make one. They're gonna literally try. They're gonna try and turn all of us against each other. That's what they've been doing, even during slavery time. That's what they did.
Yeah, you're right, my sister. But the new African youth is changing.
We different. We different. They gonna see it. They gonna smell us.
Our parents are dying anyways. One thing about life that is good.
The old people gonna die. I keep saying this shit.
Human beings, ideas, and things change. And they've been playing dirty. They've been playing dirty in colonization.
We'll invest, man.
They've been playing
Eritrean potatoes.
Now,
okay.
Before.
I think potash is a. I think potash is a Italian word. I'm guessing.
Waking up. We have people like Julius Malema coming up into power. We have people like Magufuli, rest in peace. Even the sister that's big. So you're right, but times are changing, and they can smell it. Our victory is inevitable. I can feel that.
True. And since they're playing dirty, why can't we play dirty as well?
No.
When we look at Africa itself, just the African people, trust me, we are very knowledgeable in lots of things. Why can't we just come together and use each and one of whatever everyone is good at? For example, let's say that if some groups are, very good at, getting into war zone type of field or whatever, whatever anyone is good at, why can't we just use that as our opportunity? It doesn't matter if you know how to do spiritual shit, whatever you're good at, can we just use that as our opportunity to literally free Africa from all these people that just want to bury us?
I mean, that is true. I mean, we can use it. We already have two Congress U.S. people that are Africans, more to come. And we got more brothers that are working in the CIA, FBI, military. Africans, like more Africans live in China. We can take over that as well. Even though Chinese are in Africa, the Chinese are not learning Yoruba, the Chinese are not learning Igbo because they are racist. But we as Africans, because we are not racist, we are acquiring languages from other people. Then slowly we will know their secrets, we'll know their methods, and this will be easy to defeat them,
Listen, I know since you brought out, you want to know their secrets, their methods. You know what? No, I'm not going to say it on here because I don't know. I like have trust issues because, I don't know everyone on here so well, but like, I don't want to give out, like good information where it's going to be used against my people. But, keep up.
No, don't say it. This place is recorded, so don't say it. If anything that is very valuable, keep it. It will be a black platform where we can speak about it soon, an African platform.
We need it. We need it badly, man.
Yes, we do. And then we need to own our own platform. I don't like this pump up the company and sell it to white men. I don't like that. We need to keep our corporations and companies black.
Thank you.
Amen.
The government can literally hear everything that we're talking about because it's basically controlled by them.
Yeah, it's owned by a black person, right?
No, it's two Jewish men, and his wife, wife of one of the Jewish men, she's a mixed sister.
Oh, so now.
The venture.
But how do you know she's on our side, though? That's the thing. We gotta be careful.
But even if it's owned by two Jewish people, then automatically it's not like, I'm not saying it's on anybody's side, but automatically, like, because one black mixed lady is there, it still doesn't mean anything. It's over.
And then also, if you're a black person and choose to marry the white individual or Chinese, it tells me a great deal about you. I respect love. I respect, what you choose. But when you choose somebody that's not melanated, it tells me that where your loyalty lies. To me personally.
You're not seeing the war. You're not seeing what's in front of you. Like, that's what it is. You're not seeing what's happening. You're living your mind is somewhere else. That's what I'll say. Like, that's how I view it. Like, they might, George Floyd, for example, like, they feel strongly about George Floyd and stuff like that, but like, they're not seeing the bigger picture, because if they were to see the bigger picture, they'll be looking at things a little different in terms of that, most definitely.
Now that you brought George Floyd, I might just say this regarding that mixed race marriage. His girlfriend, so-called white girlfriend, was mad that the money's going to go to his black kids and black family. Today or yesterday, she went on the stand and claimed he was an opiate addict, and she probably have done more for the defense of the cop. We're talking about George Floyd, white girlfriend that he was seen at that time for a short time.
Are they married?
They was not married.
Okay, then she has no right to claim it then.
What's she claiming?
Yeah. She didn't claim nothing, but out of anger, that I don't think the family gave her anything. But if you guys go listen to her, it's a 40-minute cross-examination on the stand, and all of her words, my heart was aching. I don't know, like, it was aching because she done more damage to the prosecution, and she helped the defense of that pig more than she claims.
I understand.
Oh no, I gotta watch that.
They do that in court. Sometimes they even create fake evidence. I guess notice in court, they literally create fake evidence. And not only that, by the way, the police, like the police officers, some of them, I'm pretty sure they've been exposed. They are a member of the KKK, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that, or white supremacist organization. But yeah, they're definitely, so during, like, I think they changed. This is why I say they're so fucking two-faced. That's like one moment they you know, like they're like in front of you teaching you, you know, they're in fucking, what is it called, high ups, you know, all kinds of stuff. But at the same time, they hate you to your limits, you know. It's so crazy how, you know, like,
Habesha is minority inside Ethiopia. Oh, because because of Oromo?
can literally, you know, put on a different mask and take off this mask and just change positions. So, I find it so sickening, you know, how sick you gotta be to do that.
Yeah, you're right. You know, that's why we need to need our friends, and we need to know even better our foes, because not knowing your enemies and your foes, it can blind sight. That's how we got colonized and enslaved in the first place. Because we Africans, we love people, you know. So we need to find, you know, who are our friends and our foes clearly. But I just wanted to say, Yahweh, Ornel, Monica, I'm sorry for earlier. I was misbehaving, but...
It's you. I didn't know. What's your name? I figured it was him.
I figured it was him too.
What's your name? I can't read the
My name is...
Oh, Magufuli, okay. It's fine, we can use that. It's fine.
Yeah, and I would just throw... I try to be as fair as possible. So sometimes, you know, I get a little bit... Carried away, yes. I should have stayed in that room and engaged with you guys. That was... thank you for, you know, hosting... we need African solutions to African problems, and I thank you so much for you guys' time and
I appreciate you too, man, coming back.
It's important that, you know, sometimes when, you know, you feel like you are getting, like, you know, angry or maybe emotional, it's okay to take yourself out of the equation. I think you did well, because rather than, you know, maybe stay and make it still feel a certain type of way, you chose to walk away. And it's great because you're also here now and you're adding to the conversation. So it's all good. It's all
Oromo, Afar, and Somalis are numbered. Oh, I can see that though. I could definitely see that. Let me see. Honestly, to be honest, I don't like Habeshas, even though I'm Habesha, because they look really similar to my family, and that's just weird. I see what you're saying.
it's unfortunate, man. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys. This is what I love to see as an African.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be having a lot more of these. Like going to be talking about Nigeria next. Try to see, you know, get different people. Now, I don't know. This group actually came out of the Ethiopian club. I saw it change. I don't know how that happened. I don't know that happens on TikTok. I mean, on Clubhouse.
Once you open a club that is like, actually, if you Jawage or Nel Monica, if you want to join the African Union room, it's in my clubs. I can give you guys admin. You guys, you know,
please.
You guys can host room out. Yeah, that room was created by me, and it's a lot of Ethiopian admin, and we want to include our African brothers and sisters.
Please, that'll be really good.
If you guys can join it, I'll make you administrators where you can host various rooms on your own time and on your own. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, definitely interesting. No, Jay, I took it out because I was playing with Edit said it says that it could be removed, so I removed it.
Oh, nice. Oh, you figured it out. Oh, nice, Monica. Yo, that's really good, Monica. I thought it just happened on its own. I was like, oh wow, cool.
I think it's great that we do have spaces for like Ethiopian, spaces for Nigerians, but I do think we also need spaces where we all come together and, you know, kind of like, you know, because sometimes when we're our own people, we all think the same, we all are raised the same. Sometimes we can become like an echo chamber where like we're literally just repeating the same thing over and over and over again.
True.
And I think it's beautiful that, like, you know, that's one thing that I've kind of like a silver line from lockdown is that I've been able to kind of like, you know, connect with people all over the world from different places and like just learning from them. So that would be beautiful if we're able to do that as well and, you know, learn from each other. And I want to learn more about Ethiopia because like when I that I didn't know. And it kind of made me even more curious. And as I said earlier, I want to even learn more about even Somalia, Sudan, like everywhere. I want to, educate myself more about my own people. You know what I mean?
Most
that's
definitely.
The only way we're going to be able. Education is the only thing we can use to fight these people. Because once we know our history and we know the type of blood that do run in our veins, that the type of people that came before us, and also understand the hurts that caused us, we'll be able to fight them. Because they come with like quote unquote gifts, and they kind of put it in our faces, but we don't see the fine
Deco.
print. We don't see the fine print. You know what I mean?
That's Hamo.
And I think once we learn and learn, that's how
I'm proud of
educate
France
and open
is.
up a bit more. And
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I followed you all guys, and I will make sure that you guys are administrators if you follow the African Union Club.
It's funny because I already followed it before you even told us to. That's because I saw it on I think I saw it on Haile Selassie's page. I was like, oh, this sounds interesting.
More people, I want to make more Africans administrator, but I don't know too many. I only have like few brothers in there, so I want to. You guys are reasonable, And anyway, it doesn't have to be. You're African. Your voices need to be heard. You're part of the African Union, so I don't want us to dominate the East Africans that room. So once you guys join, I'll do it and make you administrators. And you guys can make others that you find.
Franz Donald, I'm proud of him. We have 3 African champs in UFC. We need to support them, and they're nice. Follow them. That's a fact. That's a fact. We need to support our UFC heroes.
Thank you. And so like like how we all know sometimes they can be people that are childish, even in some groups.
Which one? Tell me about it. Which one? The last conversation about Israel? Remind me. Was it the last one I had with these people? Like with this guy Malachi? Yo, bro. Oh, can you remind me what the conversation was? I don't even remember.
Yeah, the rules are there. Whenever people join the African Union room, you can see the room is about respect, tolerance, understanding. So yeah, every club that we create, or
what'd you say?
Create a club, your own club that you like. You can put your own rules.
Oh, if you don't want to write it, it's fine. You could write in the private.
So yeah, you're right. We need to take it seriously and conduct conducive dialogues that can move us somewhere instead of just yelling and blocking, cursing each other. And the white people, when they see us, they mock us. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Jews. Like, look at these animals. That's what basically they,
Literally.
We proven their theory right. So.
And just to build off of what Ornella was saying about us knowing and learning our history, it's like even in our countries, I don't know about, I feel like most of our countries, like in school, they teach us history of other people that are not in our continent. They barely teach us history about even ourselves. Well, especially me being a Nigerian, maybe I should probably talk for myself and a lot of other. Yeah, like it's a shame. It's a big shame to me. It's very because of I have a TikTok page where it's like pretty much based on African history. I do a lot of African history. And I realized that even my country history, I started learning about it when I started the page. And it's a shame, man. And a lot of Africans too, they follow me because of they don't know their histories or they don't know anything about themselves. And it's very, very shocking when I think about it for all of us, because it's like, wow, I thought it was just a me thing. And then I realized it's us thing because I went to school in Africa too. They were not teaching me nothing about Nigerian history. They would teach you the slave trade happened. But apart from that, nothing else. I don't remember being taught anything. Like, it's crazy to me. It's really crazy to me. And then when they teach you from a Eurocentric lens as well. That's another thing that annoys me.
I think I've told you guys before. I did study in Africa. In history class, we had to give, like, they'll ask you, like, give 15 advantages of colonization and 15 disadvantages of colonization. And the thing is, like, even if I was to find 15 advantages of colonization, like, it's not, like, when you ask 15 to things, like, you're making it look like it was as good and as, like,
It is good. The goods equal the bad. The goods of colonization equal the bad of colonization? Since what? Since when? See, this kind of...
about slave trade, as in they were literally taking more people and turning them into slaves. It was more like Africans were a commodity, like
Nigerian
how we
boy,
talk about,
Somali Israel.
for example, like in Rwanda,
Somali Israel. He's one of my best. I love him.
So
Oh, this is Nemo.
There we have, you know, coffee beans.
I gotta look him up.
They're taken to wherever America, and then after we get the end product of, you know, as coffee. But like
gold oil,
they made it sound like they were like
natural gas,
you know,
rivers,
exporting like
grow food every
corn
single day,
or like sugar canes. It was like they didn't explain it like these are people that were being taken and that were being stolen from you know their own homes and being, you know, stripped away from everything that they've ever known. Like they would make it sound like you're talking about like piece of wood. So there is a very big problem within, you know, the way history is taught and the way we learn in Africa, because we learn, the books that we read are written by the white people that colonized us. Of course, they're not going to make themselves look bad, especially when it comes to white people. They have this, you know, savior complex, like they think they're saving everybody, so they always make themselves look better. And it's crazy. Once I kind of started learning on my own and, you know, going deeper into African history, the levels of misinformation that I had been given at that point are just crazy. And like most people won't get the chance.
Anti-African
Like,
misinformation.
an average African is not looking into education like that. You know what I mean? Like, not most Africans are just trying to make ends meet, trying to send their kids to school. They're not looking into like
trying to pass a test to make money.
400 years ago. Why did the white people come into Africa? They don't think about that. And that's why they have this sense of like, oh, without white people, we wouldn't have hospitals. Without white people, we wouldn't have education. And the thing is that we would have education because civilization did start in Africa, but we don't learn it that way.
Timbuktu was in Africa.
People who came and
Timbuktu was in Africa. The Greeks and these people were coming there to come and learn. Egypt was in Africa. You think it was white people that was in Egypt? Oh my God. People don't realize this stuff. It shocks me though.
His name is Lord Macaulay. He was an explorer. He explored and mapped Africa in 1800 for the British Empire. He said about Africa to the Parliament, the British Parliament, in 1825, February 2nd, 1825. When he addressed them, he told them, "I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa. I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country. Such high moral value people." No, he said, "Such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I do not think we would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system, her culture, for if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them, a truly dominated nation." Lord Macaulay addressed the
Lord Macaulay, thank you.
Yes, 2nd February 1835.
2nd February. Guys, I'll be right back. I need a pen. I need to write this down.
In school, they don't teach us what really went down back in the days. That is true. When I used to go to middle school or high school, right? I'm in college right now. When I used to go to high school, they would never teach us what really happened during slavery time. But they would mostly teach us about just like, you know, like adults getting whipped. They would never really teach us how black kids were used as alligator baits. When I say black kids, I'm not just talking about children starved. I'm talking about babies, infants, that 2 months or 3 months. And is that they sometimes they would be stolen from their moms, or sometimes they would be taken from their own parents by force, and they would be thrown into the woods and to catch alligator, because I don't want to be racist, but the white people at that time, they used to love eating alligator, pink, whatever. And plus, that's not the horrific thing. They also used to cook black people, and they used to eat our meats, by the way.
There are also, like, people don't know is if you go to America's two biggest book production, I think one is Peterson's, and I forgot the second one. But like in the history book, one of them is the ancient history book I remember in college. They talk about Mesopotamia, which is Persia and China, and they never talk about Ethiopia, which in history those are the greatest civilizations. That means Egypt, Persia, China, Rome, and Ethiopia. But you will always hear about the other four. You never hear about Ethiopia. So that shows you that they want to erase the African history. Forget about the Great Lakes empires, the Yoruba empires, the Angola and the Democratic Congo, the empires that lasted there for centuries. Then forget those. Even for the Ethiopian empire that is recorded in the Hellenistic books and the Macedonians, even all the way up to Persia and China, you find Ethiopia as a nation, but they don't want to acknowledge it. You know?
The Greeks were talking about Ethiopia.
Yeah. They consider Ethiopia as a Greek word to say burnt face or brown face, so it was given to Autopia as an old ancient word, a Greek word. Even most people in our books, we say that it was an Aga word that the Greeks adapted. Aga word, the people that lived, the original Jews, the Aga, that Israel took from Ethiopia. So that's why white men, they will always erase our history, you know.
Always.
We can't, because they're jealous. When you're jealous of somebody, what can you do? Besides talk shit about them, dismiss them, discredit them.
Make them feel like they're less.
Yeah, you can't defeat them, so what can you do? Like, it just, they cannot, if you go, I lived in Oklahoma for about 3 years when I was in college. If you go to see the Native American, they're all whites now. They have converted them. Look at the Jews now; they're all white, except for the Ethiopian Jews, the few. But white people like to steal. That's their reputation. They thieves, you know.
That's a fact.
If they had a chance, they'll tell us. The Yoruba, Igbo, Amhara. If they had the chance, they'll tell us. But then our ancestors fought. Our genes are too strong, you know.
True. Not only the white people who wants to erase our history and everything else. Other races too want to erase our history too, by the way.
Yeah, Arabs are white.
They're white.
They're crusaders. They're crusaders. They are Macedonians and they're Romans. Like Arabs, even though we speak Arabic, they're not the true people. The true Arabs are the Yemeni, the brown Yemeni that are being killed by them.
True.
You know, so
and plus slavery actually started from them, by the way.
Yes. Oh, the Arab slavery. Don't get me started. You can go on my bio. People be going crazy.
But then guess what? You know what they try to do? They try to hide it behind their religion. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
Oh yeah.
Yo, that's a fact. Even on TikTok.
A lot of them. Because literally, like at this one time, I was trying to point out an issue that was happening to Black people in the Arab countries, and then this one guy was like, he said something. He was like, no, Muslims don't discriminate. And I told them our religion is perfect, true. Islam is true, but at the same time, it is the people who are doing that. I'm not going to blame the religion. Islam does not discriminate, but that does not mean that discrimination is not happening. You are discriminated.
You're still a human.
You are seeing colors. Yes, thank you.
You still have human tendencies. It's nothing wrong with Islam, but you're still a human when it comes down to it.
Yes, thank you so much. You see, a lot of people, when they do some evil thing, they hide behind the religion and say, oh, just because the religion is perfect, I'm perfect. No, you are not perfect. That is a lie.
Yeah, and then in the Kitab it says Abraham was my greatest prophet, but he was an adulterer. And
you said Kitab.
Yeah, in the book, in the Kitab, in the
You speak Arabic.
Not too much. I learned the Quran.
You said Kitab. You said Kitab.
شوي نتكلم بشوية.
Oh, mashallah, same شوية.
Yeah, so I learned it in Eritrea, but I forgot it. You know.
Where in Belek? Which Belek are you from? You learned Arabic from?
In Eritrea. I learned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A lot of them can speak Arabic because they went to Sudan when they were trying to escape when they were fighting. A lot of them went to Sudan. They speak Arabic. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it was good to learn languages, you know.
I mean, many of my people speak Arab and a little bit French due to slavery and all that. But yeah.
Language is good. Don't hate it. It's a good thing, you know. But yeah, the Quran is a beautiful book. You know, Islam is a beautiful religion, but men are corrupted. You know, even David was an adulterer. Moses was a murderer. Abraham was an adulterer. I can go on. Paul was a killer.
Yes, but then Moses, he did not intend it, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, men are like, that's what the Kitab says. Men are corrupt. Even the greatest prophets has committed sin. So men
the corruption started from Adam and Hawa, their son, their first two sons. I forgot their name. One of them killed
Cain and Abel.
Brother due to jealousy. That's where all the bloodshed started.
Yeah. So that's why when people say Islam does not slave, come on, brother. Go ask the soldiers in Mali. Go ask the soldiers in Timbuktu what the Ottomans did to them. You know, it's actually one of the worst slave trades was in the Arab Peninsula because
I was saying that today.
They used to castrate their manhood so they don't populate.
Eunuchs.
Very sad. Yeah, they make them eunuchs.
I was saying that today. I was telling a group of people. I was like, you know, some people tend to make their own struggle the only struggle that is existent. But I feel like as Black people, we can't be doing that because if we don't know the full history of the world, we can't just center the word around us because of look at what you're talking about, the eunuchs and the Arab slave trade. That's probably the most brutal slave trade that actually occurred on the face of this earth. But like, because of people.
Pharaoh used to literally cut every single male, like baby's head during the prophet times because he was afraid he didn't want the prophet to be born. Crazy things.
Like and because of because people don't know these stories or this history, like it's very easy to just make your own struggle the only struggle. We have to be open enough to understand that we all have a struggle. And that's another thing that like I was trying to educate people on today. I don't know how much they took that education. Hopefully they took it the right way, but it just had to be said today. And I said it like honestly.
I don't know if you guys know this before, but Islam was actually brought not because it was brought because the Arabs were very backwards. They literally used to think that girls were curses. They would bury girls, and the only way they became Islam was by sword. I don't know if you guys know about that story as well.
Yeah. Islam, when the Prophet peace be upon him, when he was being prosecuted by the Mecca and Medina merchants, white merchants, he ran to Ethiopia, King Nagash, and he was the first pilgrimage happened to Ethiopia. And they came to us peacefully. We saved their life. We supplied them with arms, and we sent them back to fight the Mecca and Medina merchants. Then Muhammad took over, but along the way, the Arabs forget the Deen and Islam came to us peacefully to Ethiopia. We built the first mosque in Eritrea and Ethiopia way before there was any mosque in Medina or Mecca.
And not only that, we really have to search deep into where all this black hatred came from. One, thank you for pointing out how the Prophet was helped by black people. That's where actually they started having more hate for us when black people got involved with the Prophet and they defended the Prophet. The other hatred came from Bilal, Sayyidina Bilal. Bilal was the first black man who did the adhan for the whole ummah. That caused a lot of jealousy.
Yes, big brother Bilal. Yes, I believe he was one of the Somalis, and he's from East Africa. He was a company.
No, he's a Habesha. His father was Rabbana. He was an Arab. He used to be an Arab slave for the Arab people, and his father. I don't think so. His father wasn't even a slave. I'm pretty sure they kidnapped Bilal, but I'm pretty sure Bilal was a prince from Ethiopia, somewhere at the lines. But if you do more research, by the way, he's Habesha. You can do more researches on him. But yeah, it's very crazy and interesting story. And plus, Bilal, this is how Bilal converted to Islam. One of the companions, the Arab people.
Nomadic, are you still there?
Islam, and then the other ones were Christians, they were Muslims. And then they said, since Bilal was a slave, they asked Bilal to whip him.
Oh, they're not the real
They
Egyptians, that's facts.
Since Bilal is our slave, he has to
Okay.
listen to our command and all that stuff. We own him. And Bilal said no. And they got shocked.
Was Bilal Somali or
me, but you do not own my soul. And they hated that part.
They were not crying, they were killing.
Even when he said that, they went
Yeah,
overboard
he might
literally take him out to the very, very
Oh, Ethiopian.
hot sand.
Okay. So
Mecca
Ethiopian.
and Medina, you know, like how
Okay.
there's certain cities where it's very hot, the rocks. They dragged Bilal there and they tied him up and they put a whole rock on top of his chest. While they were dragging him, the ground was shaking. The ground was crying. It didn't even like it. By the way, it's one of the surah. It talks about how, like where it says, the grounds of Mecca and Medina, how did you react? There's actually a whole song about it. Not a song. What is it called? A nishti about it. Let's talk about it. Anyways, they put a whole rock on top of his chest, very hot weather, and they said, Bilal, Abid, they were like, don't say, he don't follow the religion, and he kept on saying there's only one God, and that is, Allah, which is God, and Muhammad is his prophet, Muhammad is his messenger, meaning that Muhammad is not son of God or anything like that. Muhammad is just a messenger that God sent for humanity to guide people who were backwards, to let every single human being know that everyone is equal, whether you're black or white. And the only reason Bilal actually converted to Islam was because Bilal started doing lots of researches on Islam, and he saw the fact that Islam said every single man was equal, and Bilal actually liked that. Plus, I would have converted as well too, because if religion is against my rights, then it's not right for me. But then if a religion is accepts my right, and then that explains. So that's the only reason Bilal converted to. And not only that, Islam also says that when you're being attacked and you fight back, that's called jihad. You can go to heaven. You go to heaven, straight up heaven for that. If you're not the one who's if you're not the one who's evil and causing all this corruption, if you're defending yourself and protecting yourself, God is with you. And plus, not only that, the ground fights with you. But
yeah, that's what King Nagash told them. He told them, do you believe in one God? They say yes. Then he told them, well, we're one. And he told the people that were chasing the first Muslims, go back to Medina. These are my people, and they're under my protection. And he built them the Mosque of Nagashi. which stands
You're
until
about to make
today
me
in the
start
northern
reading,
region
studying
of Ethiopia.
Islamic stories and stuff.
It has been
I don't want to
marked
say
as
studying the
like a
Quran, but
UNESCO heritage site,
kinda.
and the
Listen,
first Muslims
like I'm
that
gonna look
died
up this Bilal
that
story.
are buried there.
It's pretty interesting stuff.
So yeah, you're right.
To me.
Africa, everybody hates us, but at the end of the day, God is black, so we're not gonna go nowhere.
That's how I see it.
I mean, I would go further than say that God is a black woman, but let's leave it at that.
Shoot, I'm with that. I'm with that.
Yeah, but it's like seriously listening to you guys, like it's beautiful to learn all these things and kind of like get out of our own circles because like me and dear Monica, like we talk a lot, so I feel like we become very similar in our ways of doing things. So it's beautiful to kind of like meet other, brothers and sisters that have the same drive and, that are teaching us new things. It's very important.
Vaccine?
Like,
Hell no. And I be going to the hospital. They ask me every day, "You want a vaccine?" I said, "No." How about you? I don't know. I just don't trust these people, man. Like I just don't trust, especially the strains they take to Africa. I have a problem with them. I'm scared. Oh, it's not available yet for your age group. But I'm gonna have to take it at some point to be in the hospital. They're gonna force me. Yeah, man. Like we don't have a choice. We're gonna have to take it. So we might as well take it. You know what I mean? But I won't lie. I'll be lying if I said that I'm not skeptical. I'll be lying. It's scary. It is scary. Shit. It already is scary, no lie. Toxic. Sweeter. Hey.
I've lived with, Ethiopians, Somalis, and Eritreans, and I know they can get feisty. So when at the beginning,
Today got really hot, sweeter.
I was like, oh my God, it's not gonna go well.
It got really hot.
I know. Can imagine.
Like Ethiopians were kicking each other out of the whole the clubhouse.
Oh wow.
Wahala. They were blocking each other. It got really like really nasty. Like let me not say too nasty, but it got really bad.
Really?
But it was good at the same time because like ended up coming down.
Like when you see certain individuals, like those want to,
Just woke up. Hold on, I will get back.
Hello?
Oh my God! This whole time you guys haven't been hearing me. Oh no, the YouTube live. They weren't hearing us this whole time. But
You don't need him to find that because he is talking people.
sure. If he watches this for 4 hours towards the end, 4-hour video, then it's really a stalker. Then he deserves to hear it. Let him hear it then. Me, I've gotten to the point that I can insult him, because I don't have no respect for him no more. I need to look it up. What I called him, it was epic. Let me look it up. I said I called him a narcissistic midget. You didn't see that video? The Nigerians know how to insult with words. Narcissistic, yo. Oh no. If I call him that, he would die. He would just pass out here. Nonsense. Don't respect Africans. You think they will respect you? Come and play. Yo!
The guy's a liar. You don't believe this guy's busy. The guy's not busy. The guy's probably like taking unemployment. Please, can we stop?
Yo, this guy he's telling me, yo, it's nice that you did it this early, you know? I have time now.
The guy's not busy. Malachi not doing anything with his life. Can we please just be honest?
People are waking up at 5 a.m. You're over there still talking. Oh, let me not start. Let me not start here. Yeah, let me tell you something. You and Ofi, you people save nuclear atomic bomb. Coming into that live, you guys saved a nuclear bomb. Because I was about to, hey, God in heaven.
Let me take myself out of the equation before things get, bad. And then today he was writing full-on novels, longest paragraphs. And I was like, sir, do you think I'm gonna read all this shit? Nah, I would just leave it. And then at the end I was like, no, don't worry,
guys. Let me say bye to the YouTube live so that we can really get savage in here. I don't want to get savage on YouTube live, guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna cut these videos into little pieces so that you guys can watch the little takes and stuff, because I know these 4-hour videos are too long. When I get Nelton, when I get off Clubhouse, I'll call you on Instagram, and we have our talk. I appreciate you, man, because you're the man. Oh, bye, Deco. Oh, Deco, that's Nemo. Bye. Who? Oh, Norton, yeah. Oh, he left. He just left too. Oh, maybe it wasn't him actually. It was Nemo. It was Nemo. Bye, Nemo. Nemo always with us. Yo, Somali too. Bye, bro.